Hello.
Ahoy.
Hello. I'm not streaming it just yet, but it looks like chat is responding to things. Oh, there it goes for me. Cool.
Hooray.
Cool. All right. Well, welcome everyone. It's Devil time. We're here devilin'. Call me Duke Devlin, because we're gonna roll the dice.
Oh my god. And play cards, actually, so.
Yes, in fact, we will only do one of those things, and it's not the one I said. I've fooled you. You could call that a bluff of sorts.
Oh.
Just getting
Your
into
Honor,
the mood. Alright, I don't think we're gonna have to, crunch overtime or anything based on the available data. I think this will just be a normal length session, and it'll time out perfectly to let us finish, but just in case people have been conservative in their estimates, and we actually do have a little bit more, we won't faff around too much here at the start. We'll just get into it in case we take extra time at the end. So, hello everyone out there. This is Of the Devil, Episode 1. If this is your first time seeing this, immediately eject yourself out the airlock of this stream, and instead go watch the previous streams, starting ideally with Episode 0, the demo, which we streamed some months ago, when that was all that was out. This is the new, relatively speaking, episode of this game. The game is Of the Devil. It is a mystery solve, crime murder kind of game in a dystopian cyberpunk future. So your Ace Attorneys, your Danganronpas sort of genre. But I think it will not be controversial among the people gathered here for me to say, so far this is way better than any other game in this genre. For story quality.
This game kind of smacks of The Wolf Among Us. A little bit.
Oh.
I was thinking that too, especially the, not this title card, but, when you hit, there's another one where Morgan is in the exact same position in an alleyway, styled in the same way that Big B Wolf is on the title screen of those.
So this game is episodic. It's sort of like a Telltale-like where they release episodes individually. You buy them individually. Episode 0, the demo, is free. You can get that on Steam right now, and if you haven't seen us play this or played it yourself, and that's a genre of game you're into, do that right now. Do that the first thing. Wake up in the morning, brush your teeth, play Of the Devil. Get home at night, smoke a cigarette, play Of the Devil. Put your kids to bed, play some more Of the Devil.
Damn, don't even kiss your wife goodnight? Fuck,
No,
man.
you killed your wife.
Oh, wait.
Because it's Of the Devil. And, losing train of thought. Yes, so you can get into this for free. Episode 1, which we're playing here, every episode is DLC for a very modest price for what you're getting. And so check it out. And if you've been watching us play this, we made a call last time to drop reviews. We'll probably make another one at the end of this stream when we're riding high off of finishing this episode. But I'm going to put one here too. Consider leaving a review if you end up liking us playing this game. Cause we'd really love to be able to get the devs above that vaunted 500 review threshold above which you are allowed to be rated overwhelmingly positive.
Yeah, they're at 460 right now.
Oh, shit, we're closing in.
Yeah.
Fucking do it. Other than that, we're just gonna continue where we left off. I will real quick, I want to throw out my final prediction for this. I thought about it a little bit since the previous stream, and I'm not gonna try to predict every individual thing, but the one that I'm gonna go with is my closest read on what happened. They made a big deal near the start of the case about some android that Noble had built that, saved a soldier by, performing a blood transfusion in the field, and how Morgan was like, man, you guys must be over the moon about that. That's, the best PR you could hope for if you want to sell a bunch of androids to the military. And we were sort of told, yeah, you'd think so, but actually the reaction seems kind of mixed. And we were told that by Jess, we were told that by Helen. So I think that's significant, and I believe the significance is this. My called shot is that one or more of David's AIs breached containment and is out there in the world, and that the android that saved the guy's life was being piloted by one of those, and that everyone on reaction was like, wow, that's great, but the people at Noble were like, wait a minute, we've looked at the tenets built into this thing. That shouldn't have happened. It shouldn't have made those decisions. Why did it do this? And immediately started getting worried about that. And we also know that at the very beginning of the case, we opened with a cold open of David talking to someone who, from context clues, we now know is Helen. And she's like, hey, so were you visited by the police? And he was like, yes. And, then he made that cryptic and kind of ominous, I'm okay with ending it like this. So my theory of what happened is that David realized the significance of this act, and so did Helen, because they had worked together on projects. And people at Noble were starting to put 2 and 2 together. Apparently, the police were sniffing around. So I think the police came to David and were like, hey, we noticed there's some kind of unaccounted, you want to maybe talk about this? And he was like, okay. And that I think he was planning on going public and saying, hey, I'm gonna confess to the fact that I made like 300 AIs, but wait, hear me out. They're actually, they're good aligned. We don't need to destroy them. And that I think Helen went to him, talked to him about this, and either she or collectively executives at Noble decided, as bad as it will be for our company if our lead engineer / programmer dies and is potentially and his competence is questioned because he's seen to have committed suicide, as awful as that is for our company, that is not as bad as the investigation progressing and David confessing to have made 300 AIs, and they're out there in our robots right now. So I think he was killed to stop him from owning up to that in a last-ditch attempt by Noble to stop that information from getting out.
Yeah, that's a good prediction.
That's my
That's a sound theory.
That's my theory. And if it's anything in that ballpark, I will feel at least slightly vindicated. If it's something completely different, I'll be happy too, because I have confidence in the writing of this game that I'll be like, yeah, okay, that makes sense. That's not what I was thinking, but that makes total sense. So how'd it go?
Well, how should I put this?
Didn't find shit. Only reason she ever got to a door is because I chased that scarecrow off a platinum plan through hell and back. Frankly, it was a godlike feat for me to nail down anything as concrete as an address for these gogs.
Gogs!
Can you say that?
Wow, yeah, that's not your word.
I'm trans, of course I can say that.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't realize.
Groundhogs. Suspected undercover member of law enforcement. Very funny.
Fucking gog.
And their offices weren't listed on the building's website or directory, so I had to ask the janitor.
But you did find a psychiatrist's office.
Sort of? They said they were, and the place looked the part?
Why? Because they had couches? She didn't get past the receptionist.
Sorry, I thought because you're with the company.
No, I wanted to help. I just wish I could have done more.
Don't beat yourself up. It's hard to be even half as useful as I am.
For what it's worth, the atmosphere, the looks, the furniture, it did feel like the company in there.
But ultimately, we still don't know if David was actually talking to someone. We're just getting his CCE training recertified.
Sorry.
Don't bother apologizing. She only cares about results.
You did more than enough. Both of you. At the very least, they divided Noble's attention for a while. I mean it. Good work, Fran. And thanks for the urgency.
If you really mean that, you could always throw in a tip. 30%'s the going rate in my industry.
How about I take 5% off your tab instead?
Tab? I'm a minor. The state pays for my legal fees. Don't they?
Oh no! Signal must have cut out.
Right. Surprised it took them this long.
What do you mean?
You were tolerated yesterday because leadership was focused on PR. But today, you're the lawyer who put the company's hottest product right in the state's crosshairs.
I'll be all right. I'm still an officer of the court.
On a strict timeline, though, right? I guess they can't stop you from investigating the corporate campus, but they'll gladly lose your guest pass ID at every door along the way.
There are still service passageways and stairwells. Guards that can be fooled and peons that can be manipulated. I use my other skill set to get around.
So take mine.
I'm a bard.
What?
My second class.
Your pass?
I'll tell him we got ours mixed up in the bathroom or whatever. I can be a pretty convincing klutz when I need to be.
I never would have guessed. But if David knew that I was endangering your career...
I can be a pretty convincing crybaby when I'm in trouble, too. Besides, the one and only David Asher wrote me a new, glowing letter of recommendation every quarter I worked for him.
That's very nice of him.
Yeah,
Oh.
since he kept forgetting that he already had. And who knows, maybe I should try a new field. This detective work stuff is pretty fun, so maybe, like, I don't know, secretary for a homicide detective or something. You did say cops are all lazy. A girl with managerial skills could go far.
Honestly, Jess, I doubt they could afford you.
Morgan, you'll never believe this. I've got a great lead on the Heartbreak Killer. Do you?
Interesting.
Do you? Morgan, how did you...
Get so turned around? Oh, God only knows. Lucky I found my way in here, though. It's such a relief to see a familiar face.
Right. Listen, Morgan, I'm not sure that I should actually be talking to you without legal present.
I
Oh.
am legal.
I mean, leadership hasn't even told us how David died. How much help could I be?
I see.
It's not that I don't trust you or anything, it's just, I think... What, with the Sera issue?
You should do whatever you have to protect yourself, Dawes.
Yeah.
Though for what it's worth, I doubt you'll be in any trouble.
When you're dead. Think fast.
His poor little thumb, it's
Uh-huh.
all fucked up. Oh, it's your cursor. I thought he had like
Oh.
a cat scratch on his thumb.
No, it's a paper cut. No.
No, I think he has modded hands.
Yeah.
No, if anything, it's the big names who are going down.
Going down?
State was practically licking its lips when I finally left the courthouse last night. They're hungry for blood, and looking to carve out a huge slice of Noble's flesh.
What, like, fines? In jail time?
In the first 2 weeks, sure. Then, sanctions.
They can't sanction Noble. We're...
Too big to fail? Too valuable to lose? You're exactly right. That's what they'll say. And that's how they'll justify nationalizing the company.
I think I'm gonna be sick.
I think I'm gonna turn the volume back down because we're off the title screen.
I think I'm gonna be sick. I think I'm going to turn down the vomit slider before things get
Oh, thank you.
disgusting.
Thank you so much.
I actually modded my vomit, so it's just a big cloud of nano machines. They smell very pleasant.
I actually I modded it so it's just caramel popcorn. It's perfectly edible and it's perfectly sterile. It's even nutritious. Do you want? No.
No, I'm good.
You know what? That's worse than regular vomit to me. That is disgusting.
Wow.
I just hope your board goes quietly instead of
Instead of what?
scapegoating, offering up smaller names on silver platters, full cooperation and government oversight on the surface, a slaughter beneath as they clean house and rip out anyone who could testify. No one will believe you once you're labeled a disgruntled former employee, right? And if the public's lost faith in the Animate 16, they can't do a recall, not at this scale. The state...
Yeah, I might turn Oz up a little bit, Aram. Sorry, people in chat.
If you can't, I can swap to my other headset.
Let me see. If I've got you at 182, so you.
Okay, I'll be right back.
The state'll make them do a flat refund.
Flat refund. The losses would be...
Yeah, your board probably just wants Sera to go away, so they can focus on their fight with the state. A tough fight, but one they know they won't personally have to risk anything in. That's why I'm hoping I can win this trial. Well, if I won, that would mean Sera's not an AI. David Asher was always of sound mind, and there's nothing wrong with the animate 16. Everyone wins. Sorry, what am I saying? I only meant to stop by and thank you for your help yesterday. After all, you were the one who approved Sera's registration.
Oh my god!
She's so evil. I was reading Golden Kamuy last night, and I was just like reading Ogata scenes, and I was like, man, Ogata and Morgan, world's worst blunt rotation. You win.
Win what?
Okay, I'm good. You
Okay.
win. Ask away.
Well, if you insist. Tenets is locked.
Oh.
Why Tenets locked? Well, maybe after we talk these.
Oh,
Humor me for a moment. What's the company's official statement on AI?
same as any rational company that wants to make money. We don't screw with it. Smart products are profitable. Products with their own priorities are anything but. That being said, AI is a concern for marketing, not product development. We spend a lot of money reassuring our public that there's no risk. Because the public doesn't really understand how ironclad the tenets are.
Because you use Tesseract.
Trying to code an AI in tests is like trying to pick yourself up and throw yourself. Nonsensical and self-defeating.
Your scanner showed Sera was running on Tesseract yesterday. If the language is as safe as you say, isn't that proof enough?
Proof of nothing. For an AI, lying to another system about the code you're running is child's play. And for an AI built by David Asher, something that simple would be...
Better change the subject. Wait, so making an AI takes more than time and resources? It isn't an issue of funding?
No, you can't just keep adding more data. The tenets underline everything. The higher you stack, the more easily you'll topple. Like Jenga, right?
Well, I mean,
yes, my 301st AI, Jenga, the most powerful of all.
you
Clumsy
make it
bastard, though.
sound like building an AI is impossible, even for David Asher. Any chance you'll testify to that?
It sounds impossible. But he's dead, and it looks like it was his android that did it. So I guess he was just that good.
Better than you'll ever know. Ah, okay.
Interesting.
Noble spent months promoting the A16 as the culmination of David Asher's work. So now that marketing line is suddenly a huge liability, can you tell me how much he actually contributed?
I mean, he was involved in pretty much every step of the process, but his design for synthetic motor neurons, that was the big one.
The components that allow your warm androids to move realistically.
It pushed the timetable for warm androids ahead by years.
And yet compared to what goes on in Sera's brain 1,000 times a second, David was only giving the company the most meager of the fruits that his private work bore. So if Noble ever did find out how much he and his assistants had achieved, they would feel that he'd been holding out on them. And the company, they were appreciative of his contributions.
I'm sure the researchers that he overtook by leaps and bounds weren't pleased, but the board was very enthusiastic.
So that would spur them to be protective of David. Or would they fear that he was gaining too much influence, becoming irreplaceable? No, they'd need a strong motive to justify killing their golden goose. Mere paranoia isn't enough. With these people, it has to be the bottom line. And the easiest way to threaten their bottom line would be screwing with their androids. In light of all that's happened, one has to wonder if the A16 is...
Compromised. I stayed up all night sick with dread at the idea. But the data just doesn't support it. Sales have been strong. The A16 base code was locked in over 2 quarters ago. If there were an issue, we would have caught it by now.
I mean, listen, whenever the A16 uses Moon Knight ult, it does do double damage, but...
Yeah.
But
Come on.
We'll fix it at the end of the quarter.
Well,
Anyways.
we don't want to upset this season's employees.
And I would have been axed a long time ago.
We don't want to upset people who bought the A16 Battle Pass. How
Just
many...
green text? I have no idea what this idiot is talking about.
Yeah, it gives you a search thing where you go in and it just says no results found.
How many A16s are out there, anyway?
We just passed 9 million sold. Holy
Jesus.
fuck!
Jesus Christ.
I was expecting like 1,000, maybe.
Damn! Not flying off the shelves like the 14 or 15 so far, but the profit margin makes up for it.
You mentioned data.
Yeah, practically got the spreadsheet seared into my retinas. What do you want to know?
What do the error reports look like? Are customers reporting a lot of issues?
Error counts are markedly low compared to the last gen. Mostly hardware complaints, it looks like. Batteries running out too quick, eye tracking off by a degree or two.
Typical stuff?
As cliched as it sounds, 99% of these things get fixed once they turn auto upgrades back on.
So no killer robots getting filed away under bug reports. How and where are they being sold? Like, what's the distribution pattern look like?
They're distributed like you'd expect. Places where there are more people, there are more androids. Coastal cities like ours, of course, have the most of both. And since the A16 in particular is marketed as being relatively luxury, relatively consumer, they don't sell well outside of population centers.
Noted. This is Go ahead.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I love this game's commitment to refusing to name where they are or what country they're in.
But noted, it's a coastal city, which means beach episode.
Ooh, unless it's Seattle.
Morgan shows
The amount
up.
of rain.
Everyone's in like scantily clad beach outfits, and Morgan shows up in a 1920s onesie with stripes.
She would. They can do the rural hard labor jobs, but cold models can do the same work with a lot less maintenance.
So where is the A16 outperformed then?
Customer service, healthcare, childcare, lots of hospitals, offices, and, adult industries.
Oh.
Sorry. Didn't mean to be blunt, I just...
No, it makes sense. They're warm and soft to the touch and obedient. I'm just surprised to hear it from a company employee.
There's a lot of people at the company who won't talk about it. But I work in quality assurance. I've seen too many damages to pretend it's not happening.
Damages?
Please don't click on that purple text, Morgan. You know what I'll say.
What we call it when a customer tries to return a product that's clearly broken beyond repair.
Oh.
Very high turnover in the pink market.
Hasn't stopped you from selling to them.
Well, we don't sell to them, not directly. But there are resellers, and the company's never pretended to be interested in going after them.
Are there resellers? I thought I read that Right to Repair got shot down again. Bonus points, I read the article and I did your pop quiz.
Oh. There's been a gray market for softer androids for years, or decades, depending on your definition of android. Based on the sales numbers I've seen, RTR getting canned was barely a blip on the radar. Sorry, I didn't mean to make you uncomfortable with the topic.
Me? No, I don't care. I just realized I had my left socks on inside out.
Oh my god, she's so... Damn, now I'm wondering about that myself.
He bought that? This
Asexual man just happy to have an out in the conversation.
Did you miss the Tenants dialogue choice?
Did I?
Yeah, the one that unlocked.
Oh, did it
like
just
the conversation
did it
move
just
on?
move on? I don't know. Maybe. I'd be a little annoyed if I did because
Shit,
Apparently you did.
Okay, well, you should be able to click all of them before moving on, regardless of what order you do them in. Never. I take back what I said. Everyone, review bomb. Kill this game.
No,
Dead.
No, be nice.
Oh wait, no, people are saying it'll loop back.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, we're just still deeper in the dialogue tree. I gotcha.
Damn.
Ta-
Okay.
Take back your review bombs. Take
Take
back
right.
your
Yeah.
review
No.
bombs.
Be nice.
Yeah. This floor is basically a showroom, but you have a real factory a while south of the city limits, correct?
Yeah, biggest company manufacturing complex in the hemisphere.
Which hemisphere is that, by the way? This
Around.
Got any data on the shipping out of there? Anything stand out?
There's some prep work for the holiday bump, looks like. Might sound early to get started now, but we usually see...
Something wrong?
No, the numbers are all normal, but the data's been edited.
Is that unusual?
Well, this section's just a count of how many were sent where. There's not a lot of room for error, so there shouldn't be much need for corrections. It's no problem, though. I can view the edit history and see what was fixed. Okay, that's weird.
Something added? Deleted?
No, the overall sum's the same. It's just a bunch of swaps. Like here, 29 FFCE 010311 taken out, returned for adjustments. 27 FCDD 019634 substituted in, shipment leaves on time. 67 BBTC 899543 returned assembly for revisions, replaced by 67 BPTD 592698 shipment leaves on time.
So does all that strike you as odd, Mr. Dawes?
Replacements before shipping isn't uncommon, but when it happens by the batch load. To spot individual unit imperfections among a shipment of that stage in the process, must have been someone with a lot of experience or authority, but probably both.
Must have? You don't know who made these changes?
I can tell you they were somebody important.
Small, last-minute changes to which androids got shipped out. Not very juicy on its own. It's a long ways away from explaining why someone would want to kill David. But it was hidden. And that means someone didn't want it found. Okay. Thanks for sharing that data.
I really like this term in chat. Someone just dropped barbed wire for voice acting. I assume it's like the numbers. That's really good. I wanna keep that in my pocket. I love that.
Sure, did you find out what you were looking for?
Hell if I know.
Fair enough.
Aha!
Positive review, please.
Yes. I know you're convinced the tenants are safe. So how do you square that with what happened to David?
I mean, there is a tenant that says you're allowed to kill specifically David Asher.
Kill your father. There's a cat next to a dog. First answer that comes to mind. Is the dog to the left or to the right?
To the left, that's Petco.
That's Petco. Good enough for me.
Okay.
I'd say the dog is on the left, the cat is on the right.
You might expect half of people to say left, half of people to say right.
Ooh, we're about to find out which of you is the freak.
Uh-oh! But actually, their answer is almost entirely dependent on their native tongue. Whether it's read right to left or left to right. The language they speak affects how they process information. Their language affects how they think. And it's the same for machines. People can learn new languages, and it can change our perspective. But machines can't learn a new source code. Every update's a reincarnation. If that android did kill David, it wasn't because a 0 turned as a 1 somewhere. It's because there's something fundamentally wrong with it. And personally, I think it's cruel to bring something that flawed into the world.
Yeah.
I don't think I like you anymore.
Unnecessarily cruel.
Any other questions before I go find a hole to hide my head in?
I'd like you to take a look at this.
Chemistry is a little outside of my purview. What is this?
A compound found in David Asher's blood.
Poison? What is it?
It didn't match anything in any database the medical examiner had access to.
That's crazy.
Here's a crazy idea to follow it up. See if it's a match for anything in Noble's internal databanks.
We, don't make poison here. I'm not sure what that would accomplish.
No, but this is a factory floor. You could be making baby blankets out there. You'd still have hazardous materials around.
You think it was something industrial? Suppose it could be. Looks like it's carbon-based. Narrows it down a lot.
This is for, I believe, no one here but chat. I just got reminded of which one do you think is on the right, the cat or the dog? Aram is in on this. The only thing I think of when you say those words to me is dog boy, cat girl.
Yeah, I was thinking of that.
Also, I appreciate that Dawes is like, this might incriminate my company, but like, you asked nicely, so I'll help.
I don't give a shit.
No bullshit, no like dumb thing we have to do. It's like, okay.
It's because Morgan walked up and gave him a reason to do it without any player input, which is great because she's really good at manipulating people and it saves you game time like a video game might do. Thank God.
It's not exactly.
What is it?
It doesn't make any sense, but it's match for patent NOD 52345S, a synthetically produced neurotransmitter analog for usage in organic android components.
Serotonin. That explains a lot. A neurotransmitter would interact directly with the nervous system. In David's case, depressing it enough to put his life in danger. Also explains why it was a preset in his personal nanofacturer. Sera's nervous system, worth 10 times its weight in platinum, must be pumped full of it. So they think
that's what... Well, no, you go ahead.
So they think that's what was... He dead! Helen Young led the development of serotonin, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
Yeah, she is pretty much the only named character in this case we haven't really put on the grindstone yet, isn't she?
I should go and ask her about its composition then.
Normally, someone at her level wouldn't be able to answer specific questions about a compound formulated years ago, but she does have a reputation for being very detail-oriented.
Well, that works out nicely then.
They say she's the type of person to micromanage how much water people drink at a 15-minute stand-up. I heard a rumor that she once said bathroom breaks are timesheet theft.
Aren't they? I'm kidding. But you should be careful about criticizing a superior where people could be listening. Good thing we've got privacy in your office.
No one but the two of us listening in.
Thanks for cooperating, Dawes. When the state storms the building and starts zip-tying people, I'll let them know that you were helpful.
Nice joke.
Good to... That was a great read. Good to know zip ties are still going strong
in use.
on.
Hey man, don't fix what ain't broke. You are joking, right?
Actually, there is one more thing I wanted to ask you.
What's that?
How long have you been a corporate spy?
Ooh.
What?
Yesterday, you let it slip that you work in consulting.
Oh, that's right, 'cause you told us that!
Yeah!
Had your guard down because I'm not part of the industry?
I was a consultant. What are you talking about?
When I walked in here, you said you didn't know how David died. But just now, you called serotonin a poison.
What? I just assumed if a chemical was found in a dead
And I'm
man...
sure you've got practiced answers to every logical point I could raise, so I'll just say this. Does the nervous guy bit really work on people?
Keep your cool and people don't know what you're thinking. But if you act a little jumpy, they feel inclined to calm you down. Before they know it, they're spilling their guts just to have something to fill the silence with. No, it's not entirely an act these days.
Oh, +5 for that.
To answer your question, I did 3 tours in consulting. 4 quarters of internal affairs, spy hunting at the Western Division. Then 8 embedded at Howe Industries. 24 months wearing different faces, answering to different names, sleeping for 1 hour at a time with a 3D printed shiv under my pillow. My nerves are completely shot. My cover wouldn't last a day if I went back under.
So you're a spy for Noble.
Retired.
You're working 6 days a week.
5.5 days a week, and in quality assurance. Trust me, this position is a cushy, generous reward for my past services.
God, this sucks.
I love that they describe corporate espionage as tours like it's a military operation.
Yeah.
I mean, functionally it is, yeah.
It is, but it's like a
spying.
really, it's a nice touch.
Maybe this is not a universal thought. I would much rather read through a game like this and be like, this game is so smart, than a game that's like, did you notice the contradiction? Be like, you're so smart, player. I'm like, I'm not that smart. Impress me with actual shit. Like Morgan doing that corporate spy shit. I'm like, ooh, and I clap like a seal.
Yeah.
It's so much
Yeah.
more interesting.
Well, you can't be that retired. You clearly know more than you're letting on.
There's some old inboxes I still check.
So, can you tell me what the hell is happening around here? Why I'm the one investigating David's death while your old co-workers are off twiddling their thumbs?
It's that story. The soldier, the blood transfusion. Aram, you're so fucking smart.
I think Aaron might just have it directly on the money overall.
We'll see. Blood, not Occident. He's finally shooting straight. Did something happen to him afterwards? Did the transfusion not last?
No, there's nothing wrong with the blood. It's the story itself. There was a soldier, and he did get injured. But it was on a base during a training exercise. There was a medical tent 10 meters away the whole time. The transfusion was just a fortuitous live test. His life was never in any danger.
Doesn't make for much of a tearjerker.
Not even a good photo op. Which our competitors understood. One of them, maybe a few of them, got a hold of the story, started puffing it up, astroturfing, painting over socials and virals. By the next morning, we had the military thinking we're leaking like a sieve. Meanwhile, the media is bombarding us with requests for videos and interviews and data. And the state's praising our tech with one side of their mouth, praising our tech with one side of their mouth while threatening to mist us with the other for getting so greedy. Everyone in Noble CCE has been slammed ever since. Trying to find an off-ramp for the story we can walk back the claims on without torpedoing our state contracts. I don't know what happened to Asher, whether it was AI gone rogue or company infighting gone too far, but I can tell you, it wasn't done by consultants.
This is another thing. I like that this much shit going on off screen really makes the world feel lived in, and like everything isn't set up for a case and nothing else, which I really appreciate.
That all you wanted to know?
By the way, I wasn't joking before. What?
Oh,
You worked in CCE. Was David actually seeing a psychiatrist, or was it all cloak and dagger bullshit?
Us against the world and such.
and such. I know that office. I know some old coworkers who see them.
So it's a front.
They do both. So, he was probably getting training, and he was probably talking to someone. Sorry, not the answer you were hoping for?
Hoping? I wasn't hoping for any answer. The answer I expected was...
You okay?
That's all. Unless you've got any advice.
You're saying you want a consultation?
Couldn't hurt, right?
This company, all these companies, hate to lose. So don't fight them. Make them think you're fighting for them.
Well, that's just business as usual for me.
This guy ended up being way more interesting than I expected.
Yeah.
Yay! The cube!
The cube!
Up until now, there's been this grating ambiguity about what actually killed David. We had to use guesses and process of elimination and even a goddamn pseudonym. But I finally identified what the poison was. Now I just need to figure out how it got there. Or rather, who put it there. Which brings me back to here. An elevator shaft somewhere under or above ground, with kilometers of concrete facelessness and bureaucratic authority surrounding me on all sides. An enemy in every cubicle, in every office of every floor of this temple. Built to interpret the inscrutable divinations of a temperamental oracle named Share Price. Back in the belly of the beast.
This does actually remind me of reading the script for the project you're currently working on a little bit, Aram.
Oh. I get
The narration is not entirely dissimilar in these Morgan monologue sections.
Morgan logs.
The Morgan logs.
I'll take that as a compliment. And yet,
It is a compliment.
And yet I feel more at ease now than I have all weekend. Makes sense. Now that I know Noble's my enemy, I know where to aim. All that's left to do is pull the trigger. Good thing I didn't bring a knife to this fight. I brought my gun. And that sound just now tells me that it's playing its role perfectly. I'll never have a real use for a firearm with this much bloatware, but just by carrying it around and paying attention to when the hard safety flips on, I'll always get a heads up when the police have entered the vicinity.
That's so funny.
Oh my god.
Chuckle!
Hi, Detective Reyes. It's Morgan. Happened to get your contact info when you got me cleared for the crime scenes yesterday.
Delete contact. Block this contact. Stop voice to text. How to stop voice to text.
No, Reyes might be my favorite character. I think she's so funny.
Just wanted to check in.
Report this contact voice to text disabled.
And advise you that Noble scared shitless of you stomping in and nationalizing the place. So they might be a little uncooperative when it comes to fetching documents.
Block this contact. What makes you think we are at Noble?
My bad then. Forget I said anything. And whatever you do, don't start your investigation with their stock buyback program.
Trying reverse psychology. It only works if I care what you think. Stop voice to text.
I love that she's bad with technology.
I like that she capitalizes every word.
I think the voice to text
It's
did
the voice
that.
to text.
Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
It will be really fun. I hope eventually we get to text with someone who texts like a modern day, like, boomer with like the ominous ellipses and shit.
Ellipsis, yeah.
About time. Thought I'd have to ride the elevator for the next half hour.
Morgan Counselor, your presence has been requested on the upper floors.
Deja vu. I've been in this place before. Hi, Emma.
Might you have a moment to speak in private?
Always. But who's asking?
The board.
Uh-oh.
What are the chances? I've been wanting to speak to them, too.
I want to speak with him too.
Then let's get you two together.
Great.
Me on Grinder. I don't know.
I don't know how this thing works.
Aram making
Stop
a joke
voice
like
to
he's not
text.
straight.
Evangeline Morgan.
Helen Young.
Thank you for making time in your schedule.
Her posture, her tone, the fold of her clothes. Professional. Dialed up to 11. Corporate armor, a full set. Her guard is up. Just Morgan is fine.
You're just a few minutes early, Morgan.
Typical corporate. Never be the first one to show up pissing contest nonsense. Doesn't even make sense. They called me in here. How could I possibly be early? Oh, that's embarrassing. I didn't mean to catch you all off guard. I'll go wait outside in that case, so you all can collect yourselves. I'm just surprised that Noble Electronics could screw up as something as simple as a meeting start time. But I'm not well versed in the art of staring at emails.
You've made your point, Counsel. Don't push your luck.
Yeah, I love this. This sprite is good.
If looks could kill, like you did with David!
Not with these people.
Might I dare to ask who these people are?
You don't have time to remember the names, and it won't do you much good either.
Right, so they're not just rich, they're anonymous rich.
The Mob Act guarantees a minimum level of security and peace of mind for any citizen who might be targeted due to their financial status.
Oh my god!
Gross.
Oh! I hate this world.
I think it was near the bottom of the red ones.
Yeah,
Mob
Mob
Act,
Act.
there it is.
With income above the 99th
99th! Ew!
Oh, damn. It only took them 70 years to address the Luigi Mangione problem.
Oh, yuck.
Problem, quotation marks.
Problem. Luigi, quote unquote. Yeah.
Yeah.
Spoken like a true believer. Except Mob Act is what normal people call it, touting the party line, but allowing yourself one instance of rebellion, or just a slip of the tongue. I would never fault anyone for wanting their privacy, especially not job creators, captains of industry, if you will. But it must get pretty inconvenient not having a name to call them.
Job creators, captains of industry, if you will. Jobber barons, one might even call them.
No, those
Not really.
that's the nobility of wrestling.
Not really. Conversations with them are always one-sided.
Sounds like a great environment to do business in.
Look at the building you're standing in. We managed to eke out a meager profit somehow. So, if it works...
Didn't take you for the might makes right type.
Or what, my haircut didn't give it away? And I didn't take you for a clueless bore incapable of reading the room.
Sorry, did I say something off color? I was only being casual since it's just the two of us in here.
Did you fucking hiss at me?
Maybe we should take advantage of this rare bit of privacy. Clear the air.
You're here to ask about Sera, yes? As I said before, I had no idea that Dr. Usher had been building an android on his private property, and I can say here now that no one at Noble Electronics ever suspected that he was working to undermine the Tenet framework.
She's trying to sound candid in her tone, but she's choosing her words with a surgeon's scalpel. Was she coached? Is that the truth, or is that your statement as VP of Android Futures?
It's both, of course. Dr. Usher was always more than happy to hole himself up and work independently. We both know that.
True. He could be pretty reclusive. I'm sure it caused all kinds of headaches, him disappearing on you all like that. Must have been especially difficult when he came back with breakthroughs that propelled Noble to the top of the industry.
You should take a seat. If
Morgan
that's
picks
everyone,
up a chair.
Yeah.
Shall we begin?
Ooh, souvenir! Just takes it and walks back into the
Takes it.
elevator.
That's worth more than your entire apartment. Put it back.
Friendly bunch. Is there a problem with the sound? Anyone get muted by accident?
No.
Okay. Thanks for having me. I don't want to take too much of your time. I'm actually a bit flustered having you all show up here. I didn't expect to talk to anyone higher up than a service associate.
You're investigating the death of Dr. David Asher. Why wouldn't we take that seriously? Why am I green? Oh, get it off me!
Damn, we go in JoJo colors here. Because you want me to go away. At least half of you do. The others aren't sure yet.
You must be confused. The board is, as always, united in its decisions and its visions for the direction of this company.
Uh-huh. A board of directors is just 13 roulette-rolling psychopaths who get together and vote on whether or not to execute their CEO every 6 months. None of them would be where they are if they were anything else. But I happen to know how that kind of person thinks. The way I see it, there are 2 possible outcomes. Option 1, you oppose me. Shut me out completely, stonewall me, stall me, and wait for me to walk into trial so unprepared and ill-informed that I inevitably lose. Obviously, I don't like this option. But you can't be big fans of it either. If I lose, the world will learn that David Asher was killed by an android he programmed. Then every customer you've ever had, and every lawyer they've ever seen on TV, and every firebrand, strapping young 60-year-old junior senator looking to make a name for themselves will use your company balance sheet as their personal chew toy.
The company is more than capable
After
of...
which, the state still might just gobble you whole, and throw down enough sanctions to de-person whomever among you cries, "No fair."
The company
Rebel.
and its allies at the capital can more than fend for themselves.
Yes, probably. But not definitely. Which makes it a gamble. Still my turn to talk? Then, on to option 2. You cooperate with me. I use what you give me, or forge for me, to win at trial, proving that David wasn't killed by an android. When the markets open tomorrow morning, you all get another round of stock buybacks in on the initial dip. Then pat yourselves on the back for staying calm as you continue to profit off David's legacy for the next 100 years. And you won't even have to worry about him speaking out of turn.
That's only if you win. If the company cooperates with you, denies that David was killed by... and the state beats you anyway, it would be catastrophic.
Yeah. It's a gamble. But if at least some of your board wasn't considering taking it, I wouldn't be here.
I love that Morgan is just as evil as everyone else in this room, and she's just like, whatever.
I mean, she's a psychopath, and she said, "Don't worry, I know how they think."
Yeah.
We're all busy people, and I'd hate to drive a wedge between such a close-knit group of friends, so how about this? Option 3, hedge your bets.
What?
Put a little on black, put a little on red, spread the love, lower your risk profile. Don't make any statements about the trial. Tell the media the state's got your windpipe in a vice. Wait until just before the markets open Monday morning to send out your PR packages for rubber stamping. After you already know who's won. One way or another, this trial will be over before the end of the day, and you'll never hear from me again. So just don't shut me out completely for another few hours.
And does anyone second that motion?
I love that just by performing this way, she is showing she's a very good lawyer.
Yeah.
Very well. We can answer some of your questions, Counselor.
Better make them count then. No reason to be shy now. The poison that killed David Asher has been identified as synatonin. You're familiar?
It's one of our many patented materials, as I recall.
You recalled it pretty easily yesterday. Gee, what's changed?
But intellectual property law can be very complex, Counselor. I'm not sure how much I, or anyone at the company, could tell you about synatonin at this time.
Well, if you can't tell me about it, who could? You did lead its development, didn't you?
Yes, I oversaw the project, which just makes it that much harder to speak freely without compromising the confidentiality of the teams that reported to me.
I understand. That sounds like bullshit, and I don't believe it.
But I'm not asking for trade secrets here. It's a perfect match for the only foreign substance found in his blood. Cinetonin is what killed him. The state will say the same.
That's not possible.
Care to elaborate?
I'm sorry, but I can't say any more at this time.
So much for cooperating. And if I were to ask you as an officer of the court?
Then I would ask you to be patient and wait until this afternoon. ADA Rockford has already called me to testify.
Already? Damn it. Got cocky because of the cop's late arrival. Emma must have gone straight for the throat first thing this morning and left the investigating for later. Hell, knowing her, she probably managed to ID the Cinetonin before she went to bed last night. So, are we still having this conversation then?
As I said, I'm sorry, but I have to take more than just my personal feelings into consideration here. There's a great deal at stake.
Corporate speak for, you're too stupid to understand why I'm being dense. She's just trying to shield the company, plain and simple. LARPing as Helen Young d'Arc on a crusade against government overreach. But if she's that busy defending Noble, she might be leaving herself unguarded. Why is she here anyway? Why am I speaking to her and not her lawyers? That's right. This is a vulnerable position for her. She wouldn't put herself in check like this, not unless she was forced to. So that's it. Acting as their mouthpiece isn't some honor for her. This is a punishment. She's being used as a meat shield. They're upset with her, perhaps even suspicious of her. Time to find out why.
I wouldn't start with jealousy.
I'm gonna start with Sera, because it seems plausible to me that they might think she knew about Sera, given her personal relationship with David.
Do we want to... Oh, okay. Never mind.
Oh, do we want to save? It's fine. Whatever else...
I think you're okay. I don't think this game is that hard. You have like 95 HP right now.
Yeah, though if you fuck up several times in a row, you do start taking like 10 to 15 damage per fuck up. But yeah, I think it'll probably be fine. If we actually get down to one mistake kills us, then we can save Skull. Whatever else the court ends up labeling her, Sera is a remarkably lifelike android. Had things worked out differently, you might have wanted her as the A16 poster girl. Or A17 or 18. Could have driven a lot of sales, her cute little pout projected across the sides of skyscrapers.
A hypothetical of a hypothetical. As had been made tragically obvious to all of us that Android is nothing like the A16. That it may yet be associated with our products going forward is nothing more than a massive liability.
Yet you wouldn't have the A16 without her. And if they could take her apart and learn from her, they could have the world. So was the motive to try and pry Sera away from him?
I doubt it.
I sort of doubt it too, because I think genuinely, if anyone here knew about Sera, maybe Helen, but I suspect no one actually did.
Yeah. I don't think they did. And
now
I think that it's the left and right middle
I
buttons,
never ever remember. I'm running out of women.
No! You're not. Why do you say, just save over, just have one file you're saving over.
These are the prices. This is the price we have to pay.
No!
Okay. All right, so...
He maims himself for no reason.
Only pressing gets us further with that one. I want to explore this first. Has David's will been located?
It had never gone anywhere. It's still in a safety deposit box. We'll retrieve it and have it read once all the unknowns surrounding his death have been made into knowns.
So David's will hasn't even become part of the equation yet. It might not be for weeks at this rate. Is that calculated, though? Let's see. Stay or press. Aren't you dragging your feet? Sure, we'll try it. Aren't you dragging your feet? Afraid that there's something in that will you'd rather not have see the light of day?
We are not jealous in-laws who've been bribing the county sheriff, counselor. Anything we try to claim would inevitably be overturned as soon as the will is read. Surely you understand that, Counselor?
Oh, yeah. Fuck. I'm gonna press this one.
Shit.
Sera's worth a lot of money. In part because her creator isn't around to replicate her. Were you all hoping to take her by force and reverse engineer her once David was out of the way?
Don't be absurd. That machine is nothing but lawsuits and congressional hearings and PR nightmares waiting to happen. The company doesn't need her, no matter how advanced she is. We only need steady growth and increased market share. We're evil.
There's no downside to investigating all the options before pressing any of them, by the way. It's not like a Mo Poop situation from AA2 where just investigating one will slam you for damage.
I've taken damage from clicking the first tier of one in the trial. I don't remember for sure, though.
Okay.
Anyway, I'll just get my chips back. It's not
also, the cards look real nice. Maybe
They do.
Elatro could use them?
I have to admit, I'm surprised you aren't more shaken up today, Miss Young.
I'm processing.
After all, you and David did have a history. Started at the same time, didn't you?
Yes, we were colleagues and cordial with one another.
Don't be so modest. You helped him create the one-point doctrine that saved the company.
That is a gross exaggeration. Noble is far too large an organization to be affected by the contributions of any single individual.
Suppose you're right. No one person could change Noble's fortunes overnight. Except for David Asher, of course. But he was a once-in-a-generation talent. The guy Noble chose for the advertisements, and the one they commissioned editorials about. Sorry, you're right. I shouldn't have equated the two of you.
Listen here, you little slut!
I just hope his one-point doctrine doesn't fall out of favor now that he's gone.
Yes, well, we certainly wouldn't want that.
Well, she didn't exactly explode with rage, but she definitely reacted. There's real jealousy there. Whether it ever boiled over, though. Oh, we have a new one
David.
now. Okay.
Yeah.
I didn't mean to pry about your relationship with David, or lack thereof. I suppose I'm just curious about his standing inside Noble as a whole.
David Asher was, and always will be, an outstanding contributor to the company's forward progress. Nothing will ever change that.
Not even if he was killed by one of his own creations?
That would, of course, be a tragic element that would call for reconsideration of his legacy.
Oh, she was almost off guard there. Like she was surprised for me to be asking about Sera ruining his reputation. As opposed to the AIs he made that she knows about, and that's why she killed him. Ha! Besides Sera, David's reputation was crystal clean. He never went against the company once. Did he?
That's...
Unless I'm mistaken, he and Noble were on bad... Unless I'm mistaken, and he and Noble were on bad terms. In that case, I might get the impression that some parts of leadership were actually glad to see him taken off the chessboard.
That is not...
Something buzzing in your ear?
Fine. I suppose it makes no difference if you hear it now, or at the trial, or on your feed tomorrow. Dr. David Asher was being sued by the company for breach of contract. Satisfied?
Now we're talking.
What did he do?
Did I...
You're about to bust.
Well, there's one thing left somewhere. So we pressed this. David's...
Isn't it possible that you can stay and the conversation continues?
I did think you got an ace from somewhere.
Yeah, did I reload and I think... Okay, yeah. It was because here you want to go this far and then stay. Just after asking about the will. I suppose that's it then. Blackjack! Only had to cheat once, lol.
By the way, I have time powers.
Yeah.
Huh?
Huh?
Or a no stando. So, you couldn't have mentioned this breach of contract earlier?
Not without complicating the company's position unnecessarily, no. But there's no hiding it at this point. It'll all come out soon enough.
There's a paper trail.
Much more than that. We've been making moves to let him go for some time.
Noble Electronics parting ways with David Asher? Must have been one hell of a breach of contract. Like making 300 AIs, perhaps? What did he do?
That's
just
thing to say.
Why? Counselor, why do you keep blurting that out?
I don't know, sorry.
You betray the confidence of
There's
the
just
board.
there's like a weird echo in here. I don't know. It just keeps happening.
Meanwhile, the
so
board's
funny.
like, she's pretty good.
It would be so funny if she was like, he made 300. Is it because he made 300 AI? He made 300.
We only knew of 2!
Yeah.
I read that
Oh,
line.
sorry.
He betrayed the confidence of the board.
You betrayed the law! Ugh. Was he contesting the suit? Putting up a fight? Engaging in a legal battle against a mega corporation without even telling me?
Not you jealous? Until recently, yes.
You mean until he died? How recently?
We spoke on Friday.
That was what you two talked about in his parlor?
No, this was earlier in the day. We were in this room, actually. Him, me, and several members of our legal department. It was an arbitration.
And did you come to an agreement?
A compromise. He would resign from his position in 2 quarters, foregoing royalties on any products we would develop after the next 24 months. In exchange, he wouldn't be publicly fired, and he would still be credited on all past, present, and future filings.
That's pretty good.
Oh, very reasonable.
I'm sorry, I got up for 2 seconds. Did they say what he did?
No, they haven't yet.
Just
Okay.
the deal that they came to.
Yeah. On paper, maybe. No matter what the deal was, letting go of David Asher is insanity.
Reasonable, yes. We ended on a good note, I'd like to think. We shook hands, and even took a photo. Oh, evidence, give me that!
He shook with his right hand!
I'm sorry.
And as you can see, I was enjoying a McDonald's hash brown.
Yo!
Can I just throw out there that David Asher in this photo looks like a recolor of Sov Pizza game?
Oh no! He really? Oh my god! Oh no! All right.
I guess I was doing the wrong voice. Morgan, you must protect my beautiful daughter.
That really nice scene
Yeah,
would be
How to
fucking
ruin a
obliterated.
monologue. You see, I am her father, and you could say the 300 AIs were her mother. Mother.
You shook hands and you took a photo. Did you know they brought back the McFlurry? Limited time only.
Sorry, one more chat. Morgan.
Oh, he's so surprised!
Are we not chum patriots?
Yeah.
Evil council in the background.
Yeah, that looks lovely. Something funny? I didn't know the board told jokes.
They don't. That was legal, expressing their displeasure with how much paperwork my good note ending left them stuck with. Children. It was just one night of overtime.
So, while they were spending their Friday night blowing the ink dry, you paid a visit to David's penthouse. Something left unfinished?
His life.
Professionally, it was a good meeting. There was no yelling, no finger pointing. Much cleaner than expected. But Dr. Asher did not want to retire.
Got arbitration as an evidence, it would appear. Arbitration, serotonin. Yeah, okay, we got a couple updates.
Many.
He didn't want to be forced out of the company when he was the one who... when he had contributed so much. I didn't enjoy doing that to him, so I came over that night to apologize to him. We talked, reminisced. When he brought out the drinks, I thought we'd be toasting to a new day. A few minutes later, he was dead. Because of that AI.
That AI. Any idea how it came to be?
As I said, I had no idea he was working on it.
My question was more broad than that. If you really believe David built an AI, how do you think he did it? How does Noble Electronics think he managed to work around the tenets?
It's quite beyond my area of expertise. and no one at the company could call themselves an expert in illegal technology. But some in the R&D department have theorized that he created what they call a wax-wane decaying priority loop. Wow. Which, as I understand, is an unstable, resource-intensive theoretical method for pseudo-randomizing the weight amongst preset tenets.
Master Wayne, we found your long-lost brother.
Yeah.
Wax Wayne.
Wax Wayne. Yeah, I was thinking too.
Hello, it's me! I don't know why he's British, Master Wayne.
You raised me! I was just in the closet the whole time!
I thought it would be a funny prank to not tell you about
Well, about as far off target as it gets with that guess.
But that kind of inelegant brute force nonsense seems to be a far cry from the kind of thing David would create, and I seem to have taken us over our allotted time slot.
But I didn't even get to wave goodbye.
You're serious about this trial?
Don't I look it?
No, really.
You're not just making a play. You're actually going to defend that thing.
I'm just defending myself, Miss Young.
Oh yes, of course you are. My mistake.
I hoped you might be rooting for me, to tell you the truth. I may yet save everyone's stock options.
The stock options will be alright either way. They always are.
That gamble I offered your board, which outcome would you bet on?
Finally, an easy question. What I would bet is that whatever the outcome, the company will eat it up and shit it out with very little difficulty. You painted an ugly picture back there, but I've already seen the future. With my Sharingan. It's just another marketing gimmick. The great Dr. Asher, too smart, too bold, too far ahead of his time. What spark of his genius remains buried in the inspired animate 19?
I guess that depends on...
You were exactly right. He is more valuable to Noble as a dead man. Dead men can't step out of line, or put their foot in their mouth, or hold politically inconvenient opinions. To a good salesperson, a dead man is just another selling point. Pardon my outburst. I'm just tired. It's been a very long week for me.
I'll let you prepare for your afternoon then, Dr. Young.
No one calls me doctor. I ask them not to.
You didn't want the title?
At times, I have thought very little of it. The PhD I earned from a Noble-owned school.
Biochemistry. Couldn't have been a large department at Noble before they started work on worm androids in earnest. They probably didn't have many expectations for the program back when she was a part of it.
But I was proud of it when I first got it.
Something change?
Never seemed to catch on. People didn't use it, so eventually I told people not to use it. A very high IQ social power play, you understand.
David never insisted that people use it either.
That's very different, and I think you know it. David Asher didn't have to.
Big Noble killed David Asher for being too gay. I'm going into this trial, my trial, with a lot less ammunition than I'd like. I'm beginning to form a picture of what actually happened, maybe even circling the drain on a suspect. But Emma won't be generous enough to give me breathing room. She'll want to end this fast. Maybe if I do badly enough, it'll flip her sadistic switch and she'll want to keep playing. I'm not actually screen capping that, but I wanted to do your bit from the Danganronpa stream.
Oh my god, give me a break! So you got charged with owning an AI. First time you do something exciting in your whole life. And I gotta find out through grapevine?
My life is plenty exciting.
Freckles. You could bore the polish off a resume-checking robot. Oh my god. I fuck Catholic school teachers with more active night lives than you.
Okay.
So, who'd you rope in? Anyone I know? Oh shit. Are you representing yourself?
Fits within my budget.
Screw your budget, you're going to jail!
Thanks for the vote of confidence.
It ain't a matter of how good a lawyer you are. Anyone who represents himself as a has a fool for counsel.
You represented yourself countless times.
Not for anything I had a chance of losing. Your pal hasn't even been dead 48 hours. You're too close to this. You'll make mistakes.
I have so many chips.
The powers that be really didn't want to give me a rain check. They're taking this very seriously.
It's more dangerous than that. They're scared.
Is there precedent? An ad committing murder?
How'd you pass law school without learning how to look this stuff up?
I know what the net says. I'm asking you.
The answer to that is... not helpful to you at the moment.
So what words of advice do you have?
Get yourself a new lawyer.
Gonna close this chat now.
Don't lose, Freckles.
You don't need to tell me that.
Oh.
What are you reading, Adonai?
Peanuts.
Cool.
Puts down her newspaper, holds up a jar of peanuts on which she's reading the nutrition facts. I was reading David's employment contract with Noble Electronics before I got waylaid by some spam texts.
Let me look at the ingredients in these peanuts. Peanuts. Castor oil. If you would like to keep reading these ingredients, subscribe to Planters Net.
Artificial honey roasting agent.
The one we found inside the panic room? It looks quite extensive. Should I skim it for you?
Depends. Did you pass the bar exam since we last spoke?
I didn't even finish Ice Age 4. They cut me off.
Well, that sucks because Ice Age 5 is the best one.
Oh, no.
You comfortable?
Wait, let me make sure. Keep going.
I am not.
Ever seen that old movie with the Smilodon and the squirrel and there's a lot of ice?
Almost.
The gorilla and the skyscraper? They bring it to the city and...
I understand the analogy, Adonai.
I wish I could call it overkill. But
sorry, 4 is the good one. I need to set that straight while we're on screen.
But considering the specs Sera put up yesterday, maybe those bindings aren't heavy enough. Come to think of it, those numbers must have been faked along with the rest of what the machine read. If that was all a smokescreen David added to help her lay low, then her actual strength is more like... If your joints weren't currently locked up tighter than a vice, do you think you could escape this place?
I hope that question is not indicative of your strategy.
This is me trying to distract you, Sera. Enjoy the hypothetical.
I would estimate that the building's automated security would put 9 holes in me before I reach that door.
9's not so bad.
I would not be able to function after the 7th.
Ah. Well, if you haven't been planning some great escape...
I would not do that. That would be illegal. And you would still be on trial.
I remember. So what have you been doing all day, then?
I am attempting to recover memories from Friday.
I am hoping, perhaps, I watched Ice Age 4 on that day.
Maybe.
You can do that?
The villain in Ice Age 4 is,
Ice Age has a villain?
In each movie, yeah.
I thought it was like, oh no,
Ice.
the Ice Age is happening and we have to... I thought it was a man versus nature kind of thing.
Look at this guy, doesn't even know shit about Ice Age.
Like, I'm not gonna sit here and explain Ice Age, but in the 4th movie, Peter Dinklage is a pirate villain, and he's okay.
That's kind of fun.
Yeah, he is. It's the only okay Ice Age movie.
Yeah,
the others
I guess
are all
I thought maybe it
unwatchable.
was like The Land Before Time, where in the first one at least,
The first one, yeah, a little
there's not
bit.
like And then from the second one on, they do have villains. I like the second one because the villains are a pair of gay Struthiomimuses.
No, of Land Before Time?
I didn't read any of that shit.
Sorry.
Despite the difference in scale. Oh, we can go
Here.
back. It is not dissimilar from the process of recovering data erased from any other computer, despite the difference in scale. I won't be able to remember everything, but if successful, I could recall individual pieces of information that could prove useful.
That's a lot of coulds, and even if you're successful, you may not like what you find. Whatever happened that day, either you or David wanted you to forget it.
Yes. But even so, I have to remember. Because it's the last day that Father and I...
Any luck so far, then?
I can recall a slightly musty scent.
Wow! Case closed.
What about you, Adonai? Have you formulated a plan for the trial's proceedings?
Something like that. I didn't make the fucking movie! Chad is fighting about Ice Age.
But I'm not. Keep ignoring me. Don't let me distract you.
The girls are fighting!
Jung insists that serotonin isn't what killed David. I don't buy it. There's no other explanation for how he died.
So she is lying?
And if she repeats that lie on the stand, I'll need to expose it.
Somehow. Would she really commit perjury to protect Noble? To protect one of Noble's patents?
She doesn't strike me as quite the corporate zealot she makes herself out to be.
But you believe that she had something to do with Father's death?
What do you think?
I don't know. I don't know why anyone would kill Father.
Considering the possible consequences of what he confessed to in his journal, I can think of...
But then again, I don't understand why anyone would kill anyone. Do you?
Well, I mean, have you tried it?
Oh.
Breaks
cuffs.
It's like rock climbing. It's not for everyone.
It's not for everyone.
Bells tolling for thee means that the doors to the courtroom are unlocked. Let's... Wait, can you walk like that?
Oh.
Waddle will have to do. Wait a second, across the hall, that's...
Did I not mention I'm a lawyer?
No, I was muted. I said Waddle will have to D. It was really funny.
Oh, that is very funny. I'm just here, just in case I'm the murderer. I don't know. Keep waddling, Sera. I'll catch up.
As you say, Adonai.
This will be a coin toss.
You that surprised to see me?
I'm not surprised you'd want to see the outcome of this trial. I am surprised you'd want to talk to me.
You're defending the android, right?
This guy deserves be honest, I feel.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm defending Sera's innocence. I don't think she killed David. Do you?
I don't think it matters. Noble is what killed David. Whether it was with a pen stroke or a sleeper agent killer android or plain old goddamn arsenic, how could anyone that smart be that dumb? Why the hell did he ever sign his soul over to them?
David may have been in over his head, but he wasn't a bad negotiator. I've read his contract. His position was strong.
You're the lawyer. But a guy like me working in music? Can't tell you how many people I've seen screwed over by a big smile and a fat signing bonus. No such thing as corporate generosity. If you think you're getting a good deal, it's only because you don't know how much you just sold.
How much you just sold. David's real wealth lay in his intellectual property. Potential energy of it hanging over the whole industry.
It's such a unique position you find yourself in to be reading a good, well-written game where you get to voice a character who I think reasonably would look at the camera and go, "Tee, you made a typo." And also you know for a fact the devs are aware of your opinion on this game. I think that's all very funny, Tom Laughlin.
Thank you, Reginald. If he sued even 1% of the companies taking inspiration from his Turing solution.
I love in chat, I don't agree with that correction. Well, then you're wrong. That is grammatically correct.
There's a clause in his contract. If Noble did ever fire David, he would have retained control over all his patents afterward.
Sorry, defending your honor. Yeah, see, that sounds nice. Only they never did fire him, did they? He just happened to die.
An unforeseeable act of God. In contract law, they call that force majeure. I'm actually not sure how the vowels there resolve.
That is correct, force majeure.
Hey, woohoo.
One of the maybe 5 French phrases I do know.
Like, hola?
We?
No.
Oh.
No, Will. Ola's my personal assistant.
Oh, you're right. Nice guy.
No, well, Ola is one of those hoops that you shake around your waist. Sorry, we don't have time to do one of those bits right now. We could go on for 15 minutes.
I said, did you find anything interesting in the contract, Adonai?
A few things, yeah. Basically, David was well taken care of, so long as they kept him around. And he'd retain control of his patents even after being let go. But what Porter said... Logically, if David were to pass while still employed, Noble would continue to control the bulk of his IP. So if they knew David was going to leave in a year...
It would be very foolish of them to let Father go.
Well, they wouldn't do it for no reason. This contract, he could only be fired for serious offenses. Corporate malfeasance, revealing trade secrets, fraud.
Father was not a fraud. He was, as they say, the greatest of all time. The GOAT.
But did he have the sauce, Sarah? That's the question on which this case will turn.
Yes.
The sauce is the Sinatonin.
Oh my god, you're so... Helen sprinkling poison into his glass. We all know you're goated, Dr. Asher. But have you tried the sauce? Can you handle the sauce? Fraud just means lying to the company about something, Sarah.
Unless you're Jello on Twitch. In which case it means nothing.
Eyes up. Showtime.
Here, Yam, do you want to be Counselor Barrows or...
Well, I'm going to be Emma.
That's true. Okay. Counselor Morgan, the state charges you with possession of contraband. Contraband?
That'd be you.
In violation of the Safeguarding Our National Digital Security Act. How do you plead?
Not guilty.
Murmur.
Rabble, rabble,
rabble. Very well. Since it seems that we are, in fact, doing this, I'll now turn over the administration of this trial to the adjutant. But be warned, any attempts at stalling or muddling the issue, and I'll step right in and override the trial myself. Summary judgment, siding with the people. Are we understood?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are we going to have the same adjutant as we did before?
No way. Each courthouse only has so many bodies, but the personalities swap around all the time. So the chances of us dealing with the same glitchy mess as yesterday are...
Glad to be back! Did y'all miss me?
I'm going to die.
Forget I said anything. I'll just go crawl under a rock and die while you make your opening statements.
The defendant is the owner of the android registered under the model name Sera, with license number 12029280. She hasn't contested this, and I doubt she will. So the question of ownership is already answered. All that remains is to determine whether Sera qualifies as contraband. It's a charming android, incredibly well-made, a masterpiece, and the last known work of a great man. But when we look at the evidence and the facts surrounding the death of Dr. Asher, we're forced to conclude that said android is responsible for his death. And that conclusion carries very serious implications. I will prove here in court today that the machine standing there killed David Asher. Not through an accident or a mismanaged dosage, but through an intentional poisoning. I won't ask the court to judge this machine on its apparent sentience, its range of emotions, or the free will it may or may not possess. I only ask that the court judges this creation on what we will provide it to be more than capable of. Patricide.
Woof. Wouldn't want to have to follow that act.
But go for it anyway, defense.
Your Honor, what the DA said is true. I'm guilty.
Guilty!
Sorry, just the first part. This android is charming, and it is the work of a great man. The rest of it was pure speculation, based on little more than a few bad camera angles and a phobia of anything new.
That's already true.
She's not guilty.
New things are scary.
I do own the android you see here. It was bequeathed to me by a man known to most of the people in this courtroom as the father of modern machine intelligence. To me, he was just my friend. And if I thought at any point that this puppet had anything to do with his death, I would have dragged it to the chopping block myself. But I don't believe that. I never have. Sera is an android, nothing more. It isn't capable of homicide, and it didn't even commit manslaughter. It's just a well-made machine. Any fears one has about its capabilities are projections, nothing more.
Chat. Now, I'm just a complicated Southern lawyer.
Yeah. And it troubles me greatly that the state is spending valuable time and resources on rushing to pulverize Dr. Asher's last known work, when it could be going after the very real, very human forces that were responsible for his death.
She's talking about Noble? Oh my god, what the fuck?
I think Force all right.
I like that, Jeff Bezos.
The people can't prove that Sera is an AI. And truth be told, I can't prove that it isn't. But I can prove that it's not guilty. And that's exactly what I'm going to do.
Chills.
You sounded very confident, Adonai.
Yeah, well, no one ever got good at lying by being modest.
You could have simply said thank you.
Thank you for your presence here today, Detective London.
I don't know where I am.
The courtroom. In light of the new evidence, I'd like to go over the death of Dr. Asher one more time.
I don't know. That's scary.
What happened Friday night?
At 6:30 p.m., David Asher spoke on the phone with his lover. The two of them broke things off.
Lover?
It's an accurate description of their relationship, isn't it?
I wouldn't know. That stuff's private.
Adonai.
Then the deceased met with Noble VP Helen Jung in his parlor starting around 7:30 p.m. He then left the parlor and the sight lines of his home security system before reappearing on his private secondary security system in his basement moments later.
The adjutant is so enthralled.
She's like, look at this handsome boy.
You guys can't see it. You guys can't see it, but his ass cheeks are like 7 inches off of his waistline.
Everyone's so mean to me. At which point, the android Sera can be seen handing him the poison he'd go on to drink.
I'm trying to testify, but the clap of my cheeks keeps distracting the judge.
I don't even need a gavel, just clap.
Oh my god.
And do you see that android in the courtroom?
Is it
Yeah.
me?
Yeah, she's the green-haired one.
Descendant.
She's the green-haired one that's frowning at me.
Let the record show that the android Sera has been identified at the scene of the crime.
No objections.
Huh? None?
Why not even show up?
Detective London, what happened next?
Asher went upstairs and shared a drink with Ms. Young. Within a few minutes, he was being airlifted to the hospital, where he was soon declared dead. We know that the poison could be produced by his nanofacturer, which Sera had access to just up the stairs in his workshop.
So Sera had ample opportunity to procure the poison, and Sera handled Dr. Asher's cup immediately before he did.
Is there a question in that statement, Your Honor?
I'll rephrase. Was anyone else seen handling Dr. Asher's cup before he died?
No.
Can I also say, I like that I think it does actually seem like Sera is guilty here in this case, because I feel like in Ace Attorney, they don't always do a good job making it
like
seem
plausible
like
that they're
you're
even being brought to trial.
Yeah, like
some
and this
fucking
is just like
hearsay gobbledygook.
And like very often you'll disprove, like you won't get the killer, but you'll prove your client's innocence like 1% into the trial, and then it keeps going.
Yeah, like the case where it's like, yes, we've arrested the 7-year-old blind boy who fired this fuck-off enormous revolver that would have dislocated his shoulder from his spine if he had fired it. I submit that the boy's shoulder is not dislocated, so...
Chat, just in case you don't know, nothing Aram said was a joke. That is a real Ace Attorney case all the way down.
So, that's your witness, counselor?
Yes, I see. Guilty. He wasn't lying, per se, but there was some ambiguity in the statement he gave. Truth's gotta come out one way or another. If Emma won't push, I'll have to pull. Okay, so we got the talk screen, the basement footage, and the whiskey. Given what we're talking about, I imagine it's gonna turn on the basement footage, so let's quickly review what this means. Shows Sera handing David the red plastic cups that he and Young would drink from at 7:38. Okay.
Well, there's no proof that she handled the machine, I guess.
That's certainly true, yes. Let's see what our statements are. At 6, yep. And at 7:30, yep. They spoke briefly, and then he went downstairs to get drinks, yep. Cameras in the basement show Sera handing him the cups. He says that she handed him the whiskey, but the evidence doesn't say that. Okay, that's like drinking poison whiskey while he thought he was having a toast. Don't know if that's... Okay, so... Yeah.
Yeah, I would go for that. That sounds good.
Makes sense.
Since Morgan was like, it's not much, but I'll go for it.
Basement footage.
You know what's funny is I feel like the objections in this game, not to tie the influences of this to every game I've ever played, they remind me more of trying to submit a puzzle solution in Professor Layton, where the animation for success and failure start the exact same way, whereas 9 times out of 10 in Ace Attorney, the moment you hit the button, you know if you fucked up or not, and this one does the Morgan card throw either way.
Yeah. Ace Attorney does occasionally like to prank you with that, of having it initially look like you got it wrong and then have it turn out that you got it right. Check that footage again, Detective London. We only see Sera handing the victim a cup. He had already retrieved the whiskey himself.
Oh yeah, forgot about that.
Detective London just wasn't being specific enough, Your Honor. But it matters little, since it was David's cup, not the whiskey bottle, that was poisoned.
A weird flex, but okay.
And that undeniable fact is shown clearly on the security footage. Sera hands him a cup after he was ready to leave.
True, she did call David back and handed him a cup of poison. What do these each say? That seems logical. That wouldn't make sense. Is there anything about that wouldn't make sense? Well, She called him back to hand him a cup.
Why would he leave if he didn't already have the cups to go back upstairs?
Yeah.
Wouldn't he notice if there was something in the cups?
Maybe. I think there's enough about this that I'm gonna go for this.
Yeah, I don't have a reason. I just on vibes would raise.
If the cup was already poisoned, don't you think David would have noticed it wasn't empty?
Well, not necessarily. The lethal dose could have been quite small. If it were just a droplet, he could have easily overlooked it. For Sera, this crime was very simple. There was too little to the plan for anything to go wrong. Once she handed it off, she just had to wait for him to drink from his cup.
Have they... now that they phrase it that way, how would this plan... she handed him a cup. Why would she think he was going to drink from that one and not give it to Helen?
That's exactly what I think they're about to lead to.
Yeah.
No, raise, because...
That wasn't enough.
Yeah.
And what's the...
That could have...
Yeah. Not a great plan if that really was Sera's move. She gave him 2 cups. How could she have known which cup David would drink from?
There are a few ways to go about it.
She did the party thing. She put different colored armbands on the cups so they didn't get mixed up.
She walked up to David and went, "Which cup do you think is on the left or right? Dog or cat?" And she knew which direction he read
she knew.
But it's only a 50-50 shot, counselor. Stranger things have happened.
I know. It's coming back on Netflix. This, whatever. It's possible she knew the right cup. I'm not gonna give up here.
You look at the cups real quick
then again,
just to check if they...
what she said is factual, that it is a 50-50 shot.
Right, but why would you base your murder motive on like a 50-50 shot?
Yeah, it is pretty stupid, but can you look at the cups to see if there is any difference between them before you confirm?
Let's
it doesn't
see.
I don't
We've
remember
got
there
David's
being
cup,
one.
the plastic cup, Simony Himony, and we should have Young's cup. Yeah, plastic cup with a small amount of whiskey left in it. Saliva and
They look the same to me.
Yeah, I think they have previously stated that the cups had interchangeable appearance. So I guess the question is, do we consider our mission accomplished, having proven that this was at best a 50-50 shot? Well, this is saying it's possible she knew the right cup.
Yeah, no, you have to raise. There's no reason to stay here.
We're gonna, Don't try and bluff me, Rockford. There was no difference between the cups.
It's not a bluff. Sera handed the cups to him in one stack, with the poison hidden in the bottom cup.
Did she?
She knew David was courteous and would pour for his guest first, so he wouldn't even look into the poisoned cup until he was already pouring. Cold-blooded patricide, executed by taking calculated advantage of Dr. Asher's kindness.
Damn. She was luring me in with those easy answers.
Damn.
And I fell for it.
Now, are there some questions you'd like to ask the detective while he's available? Or are you done already?
Oh, I was just about to get started. Even if I didn't have questions, I'd make some up just to spite you at this point. But I can do better than that. Now, what can I get London to say that would help my case? Let's see. I mean, I suppose we could get him to say that there's no recorded case of an ad doing this. I'm not sure how much that helps, since their contention is that she's not an ad, but...
I mean, we can... Are we allowed to fish through the dialogues first before we...
Not
raise anything?
Possibly. So let's try. Detective, in the footage we just saw, could you see what Sera was doing?
Not exactly, no. Her back was to the camera and her hands were obscured.
Could you see her hands from any other clip of camera footage retrieved from the basement?
No.
Did you or anyone else participating in the investigation ever see Sera put anything into David Asher's cup?
No. The footage submitted to the record is the best available view of what happened.
We've already established she doesn't have a recording of this, though. I'll stay for now.
Yep.
Detective, do you know how many violent incidents this city's police have investigated in the last year?
Not the exact number.
Thousands, though.
Yeah, around there.
And of those thousands of incidents of violence, do you know how many of them were found to be the fault of automated dependents?
I believe there's been 6 in the last 5 years.
Were all 6 of them incidents of police license ad-involved brutality?
Relevance, Your Honor.
Withdrawn.
Stay.
Press. I'm kidding, Your Honor.
Yeah. Gotcha! Detective London, in their capacity as assistants to the police force, are androids ever asked to commit acts of violence?
Yeah, I guess so. They can push people, restrain them, harm them.
And does that constitute a violation of their tenets? Harming the people they're supposed to protect?
Well, as I understand it, there might be some complex weighting math that goes on into it, but no, it's not breaking any tenets. For that to be the case, they'd have to have tenet 1, right? May not injure or through inaction lead to blah blah blah.
Yes, I suppose that would have to be the case, wouldn't it?
Are you asking me?
Yes. This is far outside his expertise. Asking him these kinds of technical questions accomplishes nothing other than making both of us look dumb to the jury. Okay, I think we'll go Sera in the footage for 200, Bob. I mean, Alex. Whoever's hosting Jeopardy now. What about the view from the android itself?
Well,
It's Ken
yeah.
Jennings now.
Is it? That's awesome! I didn't know that.
Well,
Right? Yeah.
yeah, if we could see through the android's eyes, that'd be pretty conclusive. If we could trust any data touched by her.
Right. Suppose we'll just have to settle for the one camera angle we've got. Alright, admit it. Police brutality, fuck you guys, down with the man. As an aside, Detective, do you know how many tenets are recognized in this country?
110?
112 as of this year.
Can you give me that one?
Do you know how many of those tenets pertain to protecting humans from harm?
That one I do know. 41.
And lastly, Detective, how many times in the last, say, century, have we seen automated dependents break their tenets?
5 times is the agreed upon number.
So if you were to tally that all up and try and make an evaluation as a police officer charged with protecting civilians, overall you would say that automated dependents in general are how dangerous to the public?
The witness is not an expert on automated dependents, Your Honor.
He's more than qualified to say whether they have a history of violence, Your Honor.
What the heck? Let him answer.
I would have to say that they are not dangerous.
Wrong, gun.
Oh,
Normally, that would have bought me some doubt with the jury, but this isn't a traditional trial. At least I can say that I shored up my own confidence. Other than those 2 fuck-ups. Alright, now it seems like that's as close as I'm gonna get to...
Oh.
Yeah, for chat's purposes. Ken Jennings is the one who won Jeopardy something like 60-something weeks running. He was that much better than everyone else.
I mean, yeah, I guess they should probably lead the show.
I believe I've made my point. I have no more questions for this witness, Your Honor.
Then we can move on to the next item on the docket.
Looks like Emma wants to introduce some new evidence.
I call Sera to the stand.
Oh, the android. Waddle, 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 waddle.
She doesn't even know what Ice Age 4 ends.
Approach, Your Honor.
Oh, you're approaching me?
I believe that it's me they wanted to speak with.
I didn't even get to finish my line.
Now then. What the hell are you doing, Rockford?
Took the words right out of my mouth.
I have questions for the android. It seems like the best way to get answers.
You can't call an android as a witness. It's not a person.
There's plenty of precedents for it. Ads provide testimony all the time.
Not when they're on trial.
Sera isn't on trial. You are.
Sarah's accused of being an AI. That means you don't trust a word out of its mouth.
If the witness isn't to be trusted, the court can decide that for itself after hearing their testimony.
Why the ambush? Why'd you list this as entering evidence, D.A. Rockford?
Only people can be witnesses, Your Honor, and ads don't have legal personhood. Evidence seemed like the best worst descriptor.
You know I can't make an android swear an oath.
Rockford is just trying to spoil your opinion, Your Honor. The more this court treats Sera like a person, the more you'll see her as human, and the weaker my case becomes in your eyes.
Nice try, Counselor. But we don't have time to worry about my impartiality. You're free to call for a mistrial if you want, but the state will have turned Sera to slag before you even finish signing your motion.
Rockford's calling a witness that is blatantly hostile to her case.
If the witness is hostile, so be it. It did kill a man, after all.
Allegedly. What about the right to avoid self-incrimination?
Who's the one treating Sera like a person now? Androids don't have rights.
I like that there's just health checks, honestly.
Yeah. Damn it, that's...
The android will take the stand.
Your Honor.
I've made my decision.
And if Sera refuses to take the stand, are you going to charge it with contempt of court?
If the machine won't talk, you'll make every effort as its owner to ensure that it does. And if it disobeys you, then we'll have our answer about its sentience right then and there.
Yes, Your Honor. Shit.
What's going on?
The DA is going to question you on the stand.
What? But I shouldn't...
Listen to me. You don't have a choice right now. This is happening. Tell the truth, but be concise. The more robotic, the better. Yes or no's only, if you can. Would using affirmative and negative be laying it on too thick?
But Ad, if I make a mistake, all these people, they want to destroy...
If you make a mistake, your lawyer will just have to cover for you. Understand?
Yes.
You are the android identified as Sera, correct?
Yeah. Affirmative.
Do you deny that this camera footage shows you handling the poisoned cup?
Objection! It remains to be seen whether the cup itself was definitively poisoned.
That's a new portrait.
Yes. Sera, do you deny handing that cup to David Asher?
Negative? I have no memory of the incident, so I can neither confirm nor deny it.
Do you have any reasoning, any excuse for your actions, for failing to notify police of crucial information?
I do not have any records from that day, so I never had anything to tell anyone.
Very well. Counselor?
Hmm?
The journal, if you will.
This could be a slaughter. Of course.
Do you recognize this item?
It's a journal that belongs to Dr. David Asher. I have seen him write in it on many occasions.
And have you any knowledge of its contents?
Negative.
You don't have to answer that, actually. Tell the court what you see here in this footage.
I see myself reading the journal in the basement.
This footage was captured on Friday, the day you claim to have no memory of. So regardless of what you do or don't remember, we know that you read this journal hours before David Asher died.
That is logical.
I'd like you to read some passages from it for the court. Can you do that?
Of course.
Page 238, the 10th line.
Sera is growing faster than I ever expected, beyond my wildest dreams or fears. Today she
Continue, please.
broke every password I have in the house, said she was curious. I can't expect to keep things from her forever.
Page 251, line 12.
I've gravely underestimated the scope of things. Sera could change everything, and I don't think I could stop her. He wasn't...
Page 263.
Damn it. This keeps up, Sarah's gonna fall to pieces up there. What are my options? Make her endure. Raise an objection. I don't think we have grounds to object to this, TBH.
I don't know what we could object specifically, because it's literally just reading evidence.
I suppose
If
we could
you
say why you can read the journal to the court yourself. This is a show.
You could also argue that
Context.
you're being too selective and taking things out of context.
Yeah, that's reasonable.
That's true.
Sure. Oh, not load. No, I don't want.
That's load.
I don't want to go
Save is
back
on
in
the
time.
left.
No. Badgering, Your Honor.
Badgering what witness, counselor? I'm just making the android do some simple tasks.
Evil.
Damn it, I can't raise an objection when Sarah's got no legal status for me to defend.
Page 263, I said.
I think Sera was angry today. When I came back from work, she had ripped as in for a lot. Bleh. Ripped as Zin?
Yeah.
Sure.
Zin alloy.
Sure.
Zin alloy plate in half. She said she was testing her strength, but the cameras. That was
Page 267.
Sera. Sera scared me today.
She starts bawling on the stand. It's all over. Your Honor, I fail to see the value in continuing this line of questioning. Dr. Asher was wary of a highly experimental android he was building, as any good scientist would be. That's been established.
Do the people have a counter-argument?
I have just one last question, if it pleases the court.
Let's hear it.
This footage was captured in the basement on Friday at around 5:30 p.m. Tell the court what you see.
I see myself standing where I was when I read the journal. I'm speaking to someone who's off camera, and I appear agitated, and I stomp my foot.
Oh, that's how the floor got cracked, lol.
Oh.
Oh.
And what happens to the floor after you stomp your foot?
A large crack is made in the vulcanized polymer, and I walk off camera towards whomever I had been speaking to.
Speaking or shouting?
Asked and answered.
Not really, but I'll withdraw the comment nonetheless. Your witness,
Withdrawn, but fuck you.
your witness, counselor, or evidence, if you prefer.
Withdrawn, but loser says what?
What? Huh?
Damn. I knew she could cherry pick all the worst passages from the journal, but still. Barrows wasn't wavering before. Should I try to have Sera read the mushy parts? No, the waterworks would start after only a few lines. Emma went to all that trouble to show how emotionally developed Sera is. Proving that she loved David like a father would be playing right into her hand.
What do you say, counselor? Got some burning cues for the android to answer?
Yes, Your Honor, just one moment. Emma went for emotion, and the impact was devastating. So all I can do is focus on the facts. So let's flip this around. Say Sera absolutely didn't poison David. If that's the case, why did she call him back on his way out of the basement? Wait, that's... I'd actually like to ask you to read from the journal again, Sera.
You would? From where?
The chapter titled, How Sera Killed Me.
Uh-oh. That was a bad one.
From the section that explains what you were actually trying to do that night. The section of his journal detailing... let's see what the sections are. Evidence... okay. Early entries describe how he and Helen Young used to drink cheap liquor together from plastic cups. Later entries, last entry... Okay, so one assumes...
I guess just early
it'd
entries,
have to be,
yeah.
yeah, because maybe she was like, oh, don't forget your cups. It's your thing. Look around the early section. There should be an entry talking about an early victory at Noble.
Relevance.
The people will see in just one moment that this story is the key to this entire case.
Got approval from overseas. Have to make a pitch again this week, Jung says. Brought me a stack of plastic cups. Here's to a bright future together. And then on this next page, another victory for the young and sleepless. Helen convinced the president of Futures over lunch that my code should be the basis for the Animate 13's conversational tracking. She insisted on toasting the same crappy booze and the same cheap cups. Wants to make a tradition.
Plastic cups and liquor. A ritual between Helen Young and David Asher, who were about to have a drink together Friday night.
Something you want to say, Counselor?
Let's put all our cards on the table, shall we?
You want to compare theories? If you'd rather I end this now, I'll be happy to oblige. Here's what we know. Sera read that journal and discovered what she was, and it infuriated her, and she wanted revenge for being kept under her maker's thumb. That very night, she got her chance when Dr. Asher came down looking for a drink. So like the clever little helper she is, she offered him a cup to drink out of.
We're completely in agreement on all that.
So you also agree that that cup was poisoned, and that Sera's responsible for his death?
Not quite. It's not a bad explanation, Miss Rockford, but it is terribly complex. There's a much simpler reasoning for why Sera did what she did. Schnibbity hibbity, shoobity hoobity. Yeah, young story.
I'm going all in, because I need help.
Yeah, because I need to get some shit back in this game.
The story from the journal? You're saying...
Sera wasn't planning anything. She was just being considerate.
That's so sweet. But I don't follow, like, at all. Can I just say, as someone who always physically mimics whatever the character is doing, I'm not a fan of the pinky in the nose.
The pinky in the nose.
It's actually quite simple. Sera's not an AI.
Complex.
Yeah, I find it quite simple, actually. She only threw a tantrum that day because she found out she was being spied on. A realistic reaction for an android designed to be realistic. David Asher set her memory to be cleared himself because he wanted to preserve the experiment he was running. Sera didn't hatch a plan to poison him using an obscure chemical acquired from the lab. And she didn't subtly manipulate David into drinking from only one of 2 cups. Because the android read the whole journal that day, meaning she also read how David and Jung used to celebrate. And so when she saw David was leaving the basement without the nostalgic cups, she called him back to hand them to him. Simple, right?
Simple enough for me. Guilty. No,
but not entirely good enough for me.
What's more likely, Miss Rockford, that a well-made, clever android proposed a sentimental addition to Two Friends' evening, or that a homegrown AI with groundbreaking physical and digital abilities concocted a complicated poisoning scheme just to kill an unimposing man, all on camera, mind you, before voluntarily submitting to a memory wipe?
People make all kinds of stupid mistakes when they commit crimes, Counselor. We shouldn't expect an AI to act much differently.
Is it stupid or dangerous? Can't have it both ways, Your Honor.
We can if it's ignorant of its power and still immature. A deadly trait to have in an AI that's capable of anything.
Shall we see what Sera's capable of then, Your Honor?
What?
Sera, punch Emma as hard as you can.
What?
Okay.
You can't be... Your Honor, that's...
The people opened the door.
True. And I can't resist open doors.
I'm a cat.
Number 1 tenant. Go through that door, babe.
Number 1 tenant, be cunty. Let's do it.
What do you even...
Sera, David Asher was your creator and your designated owner, correct?
Should I still be using affirmative?
And now that title falls to me.
Yes.
Great, thank you. Now, turn off.
What?
Shut down. That's a command. Power on.
What are you...
Off.
Ugh.
On.
I
Off.
don't. Ugh.
That right there, ladies and gentlemen, is what this fearsome machine menace is capable of. I can put it to sleep with one word. So how could David Asher ever be threatened by it?
Scary. Scary good logic.
You've made your point, counselor. Let's move it along.
I've no further queries for the machine, Your Honor.
Thank you.
For flipping you off and on? Can't imagine that was comfortable.
It wasn't. But I wasn't referring to that. Since yesterday, I've been searching for an answer to why I appeared on that camera. I know I would never hurt Father, but you helped me prove that to myself just now. Adonai?
Pardon me, I need to focus. Everything depends on this next witness.
The people call Helen Young to the stand.
I need to retrieve my hand from under Bebo. Helen Young, Vice President of Android Futures at Noble Electronics Eastern Division.
Vice President of...
Eastern, huh?
Eastern Hemisphere. Okay, we're narrowing
getting
it down.
closer.
Eastern
Okay.
breeding techniques, huh?
Vice President of Bebo.
Miss Young, you were there on the night David Asher died, and you were on camera the entire time.
That's correct.
So what did you see that night?
I arrived at 7:30 p.m., as you know. David and I talked in the parlor, and then he left to retrieve some refreshments for us. After drinking together for a short while, he fell ill. I contacted emergency services, and I'm sure you're all tired of hearing the same details over and over by now.
The same details over and over aren't going to hold up anymore, Madam V. It's still unclear to me whether Young's more concerned with protecting herself or the almighty company. But it'll clear up real fast if I can turn up the pressure on her here and now. I got a book. I got a photo. I got a story.
Arbitration's pretty useful.
Came to David's at 7:30. Chatted for a short while about some low-priority work.
Untrue.
nothing heavy.
Oh, that's not true.
Before long, he offered to fetch us some refreshments. When he came back, we shared a drink together. At the time, I didn't notice anything strange. We were just reminiscing. I didn't think his life was in danger. But then he became ill. So I ran to the kitchen to activate his emergency console, and I did what I could up until he was gone.
She's trying to paint a different picture of what happened that day. I can't let her set the tone as she pleases. Yeah, no, I mean, this is just not what happened. Holy fuck!
Mon Dieu!
Arbitration.
Nope.
Nope. Fuck. Did I click it in time? I don't know.
No, I think you got it.
Okay. Nothing heavy. Wow, you're both more professional than I realized. Since only hours earlier you'd run a meeting in which his employment was terminated.
His employment wasn't terminated at the arbitration you're referring to. His resignation was merely agreed upon.
Yes, and we can all imagine how grateful he felt about the whole process.
David didn't hold grudges. Our conversation wasn't about that.
The fact that you had fired him that afternoon didn't come up.
Asked and answered.
Who initiated the meeting at his penthouse?
I arrived unannounced.
So you weren't invited. Very cordial indeed.
If he didn't want to see me, he could have stopped me at the elevators.
Could he have? Noble owned that entire building down to the wiring.
Counsel is badgering the witness, Your Honor.
Right, should we execute her for that then?
No need. If I can just continue my questioning, we can finally start addressing the elephant in the room.
Where?
Like the mammoth from Ice Age?
Oh, I see. That was merely a joke.
Hilarious.
Miss Young,
next.
Noble Electronics owns a patent for and produces the synthetic biochemical known as serotonin, correct?
That's correct. It's used in our war models to facilitate integration and communication between organic and synthetic components.
It's an artificial neurotransmitter?
Essentially, yes. Synthetic analog serotonin was the original name.
Did you bring the sample I requested to the courtroom today?
Oh, you mean the murder weapon? I did.
Would you drink it?
Already did. Serotonin is produced on site at our assembly lines as a caramel-tinted solution, including water and a few non-reactive organic byproducts.
Your analysis, Your Honor?
Looks like
Yeah,
root beer. Slurp.
Yeah, that's caramel.
Working on it. It's odorless and tasteless.
A solution of water and organic byproducts, you said. If that solution were ingested, most of it would look right at home in a human body.
I suppose.
But the serotonin would stand out, wouldn't you say?
It's not a naturally occurring compound, so yes.
And it's a perfect match for the substance previously labeled Delta.
I'm assuming they just updated Delta to serotonin vial, and we'll just confirm that that's not a new piece of evidence.
It's Aram, it's always at the top marked in red.
Okay, yeah. It's sort of a evolution of that piece of evidence.
And the sample we collected from the nanofacturer present in Dr. Asher's lab.
I think it's present would actually make perfect sense. I think they actually did mean the preset, like, because it was preset 19, but they're both...
yeah.
That's a bingo. Why is that hyphenated? The witness's brown stuff matches your brown stuff down to a T.
In light of this evidence and the witness's testimony, I motion that the court formally recognizes that Dr. Asher's cause of death was serotonin poisoning.
I don't object, Your Honor.
But I'm afraid that I must.
I love that ADHD's thing is that, like, whenever she's surprised, she looks so like she's crushing on whoever just interrupted her. It's so funny.
She's like watching a soap opera and she is just locked in.
Excuse me?
Serotonin may very well have been in his body when he died, but serotonin didn't kill Dr. Asher.
I wonder if there's some...
His lung shutting down did.
I wonder if there's some legalese in their contracts that would mean this was like a workplace-related hazard death, and it would change the relationship of what happens to his IP or something.
Maybe.
What?
The hell is she up to?
It couldn't have. It couldn't kill anybody.
But I could, takes out machete.
What?
Because it's non-toxic, of course. We designed it to affect androids, not people.
Hold on. You're now claiming that Dr. Asher died of, what, natural causes?
I can't say what he died of. I'm not a medical expert. But I can easily prove that serotonin is harmless.
How could you?
Oh, you were right.
So, just kills herself.
Oh, damn. It's like that. It's like the first trial of Great Ace Attorney. Huh. Didn't see that one coming.
What?
What? That ain't good.
Bailiff, contact the hospital immediately.
Told you, it's fine.
It would be so funny if she just died. She was just like, I'm betting it all on this one. Ah!
There's a real court case where the defense had to argue that a person who died because a gun misfired in a really unique way while they were handling it, and while demonstrating that in the courtroom, the same gun misfired in the same way and killed the lawyer, which acquitted the accused.
Whoa.
But
I can stand here all day if necessary.
what in the...
And what you just drank was...
Several hundred times the amount found in Dr. Asher's body.
She starts foaming at the mouth.
I'm perfectly normal. I'm normal.
Dr. Alan Young!
Don't you see? I'm human and alive.
Yeah. My transformation, it's beginning.
I'm finally going to become a real girl.
Why didn't you say anything until now?
Noble Electronics is a multinational corporation with patents filed all over the world. We take the protection of our trade secrets very seriously. The production and nature of serotonin is closely guarded. That guard remains up even during a murder investigation. Unfortunately. I would have been able to tell you earlier had you asked directly.
What the hell kind of... This can't be right. Nothing else makes sense.
Boy, howdy, I'm lost as hell. But do you have any further questions, Rocky Ford?
Not at the moment, Your Honor.
And the defense?
Prosecution's own witness just threw the entire case into question. Normally, this would be cause for celebration, but shadow of a doubt isn't enough this time. Barrows would much rather bring down the gavel early than let a potential AI walk free. What Young did was shocking, but what I need to do hasn't changed. Think this through logically. Is it really possible that serotonin had nothing to do with David's death? No, that's bullshit. It can't be a coincidence. There's nothing else that would have killed him. But Young just drank serotonin in front of us and she's fine. So was it fake? No, it was confirmed by the court computer to be the genuine article. Wait!
You mix it with alcohol and then it kills you.
So that's possible, but also, they said before, they made a point of specifying how David Asher couldn't use any synthetics. Is it possible that that same like genetic predisposition makes you react differently to this, maybe?
Yep.
Maybe.
Oh,
So she drank poison, but isn't showing any symptoms. Is it slow acting? See, he had been to the dentist earlier that day, so it got it. Yeah,
The fluoride,
yeah.
Fucking Columbo.
No, it was literally his
murder.
antidepressants. I think it literally just interacted with his medication.
If so, her grand gesture would be pointless. She'll be kept for observation regardless of what happens next. Did she say take some kind of antidote beforehand? No, antidotes are developed for poisons, not industrial chemicals. David's dead. She's alive. What made the difference?
Wake up! No sleeping on the job. Unless you're me.
I am. Head explodes. Of course, Your Honor. Allow me one moment to explain things to the court. We've confirmed just now that serotonin was the foreign compound in his body. And we all know, logically, that it must have been what killed David Asher. So what's the key difference between what David drank that night? Oh, sorry, I thought Emma popped up, so I just assumed
I thought the same, actually.
And what she drank in front of us just now. So we have the whiskey.
Could be whiskey.
Rose River.
It might just be that it was mixed with alcohol.
What's the fourth thing?
Fourth thing is...
Or third.
Okay, so
yeah, I
whiskey
think
is
whiskey.
definitely possible. And she just drank exactly what David did. Okay, yeah, so the whiskey is what refutes that, I assume. Unless the chromafuge was, like, not used on... Hang on. Removes byproducts, impurities, and pigments from android blood. No, but they're the same color. Okay,
That's not
I
related.
don't think this is... I was trying to think if, like, what she just drank hadn't been through the chromafuge, and but what he drank hadn't been either. Yeah, okay, it's the fact that it was mixed with whiskey, I assume. The difference has been staring us in the face this whole time.
That's...
Do you recognize this, Miss Young?
No, what is it? I don't know. I've never drunk anything in my life.
I've suddenly found out that serotonin actually makes you blind. Could you explain to me what that is? And that's the whiskey bottle that Dr. Asher and I drank from.
Rose River. It's a good whiskey. And I think you had the right idea.
Pardon?
Bottoms up!
Oh my god.
Morgan's so funny.
Smooth.
What?
Hadn't I? Dear God, counselor.
Scandalous.
Relax, it's just whiskey tested a dozen times over, perfectly safe. So, would you like to try some, Miss Young?
Don't be absurd. I'm not going to drink on the witness stand. Have you lost your mind?
Oh, I'm not asking you to get plastered. Just have a little sip. After all, if we want to prove whether or not serotonin killed Dr. Asher, we have to recreate the conditions under which he ingested it by mixing it with alcohol. Go ahead,
Goo.
then. Just a
This
taste.
This kind of gotcha is up there with like revealing someone was saying something with a live microphone on for me. I love the, why don't you just drink it? There shouldn't be a problem. It's such an irrefutable
Smiles.
thing.
Yeah. Prove to us that serotonin is perfectly safe for human consumption.
Can she do this?
Ms. Young.
I never said that it was safe for human consumption, just that it's non-toxic.
A distinction without a difference. You saw firsthand Dr. Asher, confused, slurring his speech, complaining of headache, all symptoms of poisoning. Alcohol poisoning, that is. Serotonin is a neurotransmitter analog. Maybe it doesn't do anything in the human body on its own, but in combination with alcohol, it acts as a powerful depressant. One strong enough to turn a glass or two of whiskey into a lethal overdose.
That's just...
Even if that's the case, what does it change?
Come on, Emma.
It changes whether or not we can accept the witness's testimony.
Even if this witness is a liar, what does that change?
Why would the witness lie if not to...
She's a corporate climber. I imagine it's like breathing for her.
Your Honor, this...
is wild, but ultimately irrelevant.
Irrelevant?
When you've yet to establish an alternative interpretation of the facts, yes.
Why are you smart right now?
What are you even accusing the witness of doing, Counselor, beyond angling for a promotion? We've all seen the story by now. Noble androids save soldiers' life with warm blood transfusion. They're talking about putting warm androids in the military just because of that headline. With the size of their flesh and blood price tag, a defense contract like that would secure Noble untold profits for years. So imagine the lengths they go to hide the fact that their androids have poison in their veins.
Dawes told me the truth about what Noble really thinks of that article, but he'd never testify to it. At least I know for sure Emma's wrong about this poisoned blood nonsense. And do you think she'd perjure herself for that?
She's a high-powered corporate executive. It's her job to assess risk versus reward. And she can afford the fine.
As I said, it's not truly poisonous. And the chances of cross-contamination from a simple plasma transfusion are...
Damn, now she's regaining her composure too.
A perjury charge is a real risk, of course, but Noble rewards loyalty. And as you know, they have a great number of lawyers.
Plenty of motive to lie about serotonin, as you can see. But no motive for her to cover up the death of Noble Electronics' golden goose.
I also love that they found an excuse to excuse perjury in a courtroom. It's
harkening back to the... Technically, I can smoke wherever I want for a fee.
I mean, if you...
Would medical alcohol, like...
She has no motive, is the contention here. So, we know that, presumably, we're driving here at...
Okay, can we look at the contract?
Sure. I just want to confirm what the other... Okay, Starling and Tech... Okay, don't drink it! So yeah, probably the contract is what we're interested in here. Let's review... David would keep ownership of his patents if terminated. Couldn't be terminated without serious cause. Serious cause includes only fraud or worse. Fraud defined as manipulating company data, not a light read.
I don't know if that has relevance given what Emma just said.
Let's see. Let me quickly check the backlog here so we can see the preamble to this. So she says, we've all seen the story, da-da-da-da. Okay, so that the warm android thing would give them a lot of muns.
If he's killed, it would mean all of his IPs go to Noble, and she's sort of in a high seat, which might allow her to climb higher. And Emma was establishing that she was a corporate climber.
Yeah.
Yeah?
I want to real
That's the
quick...
only thing I can think of.
I just want to real quick see if this has anything that appears... This doesn't look very... I mean, I will admit... I'm not sure exactly how I would formulate what this is saying beyond, you know, we've kind of reasoned that Noble could actually potentially profit by his death, even if so that he's not a golden goose that necessarily is best kept alive for their bottom line in this situation. So I'm going to assume it's that. And yeah, I only have one mode of betting, which is maximum, so we're gonna... There's plenty of motivation for her and Noble to want David dead, seeing as how they were firing him. Noble Electronics was kicking their golden goose out of the nest, suing him over breach of contract. Isn't that right?
I don't have to talk about that.
That's all right. I'll talk about it for you.
Your Honor, counsel is trying to testify when they're supposed to be questioning.
The people opened the door when they claimed that the witness had no motive.
Fuck! Man,
This
Emma
is
has
absurd.
no poker face. It's very funny.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
I'm sure I can speak for the whole court when I say we feel nothing but reverent awe for the complexity of Noble's legal woes. But I just so happen to have an inkling of insight into this issue, because I have here a copy of Dr. Asher's employment contract.
That is confidential. It is completely improper for you.
Why? I'm still technically his attorney.
Criminal attorney.
But I didn't just stumble across this document. I also did the one thing Noble Electronics would never expect anyone to do. I read their terms and conditions.
You what?
Impossible!
Impossible. No one could ever.
David must have negotiated well at his last performance review. This contract allows him to take his patents with him should he get fired, meaning Noble couldn't monopolize his IP once he was out. Rather than let their competitors have him, the company might have thought it best to...
A company didn't poison David Asher, Counselor. An individual did. And if they cared that much about controlling his intellectual property, they wouldn't fire him in the first place.
Correct. They wouldn't let him go for anything less than a complete breakdown of trust. He'd have to have done something grave. Something like, say, committing fraud. Just now, you said there was a breach of contract, like it was some kind of technicality that was causing this split. But it was much more serious than that, wasn't it?
You're claiming the victim committed corporate fraud. Where's the evidence of that?
Look at her face.
David created the Turing solution that every one of their androids has run on to this day. And Noble reaped enormous profit capitalizing on his intellectual property. With how his contract was set up, they never would let him go unless they absolutely had to.
And what exactly do you think Dr. Asher did?
It's not what I think that matters. Only what the company fears. So, we've got this, because this could be him changing data, which would be fraud in the way that they had alluded to it, of manipulating stuff.
Sure.
Manufacturer, I don't think matters. Tenants don't think matter. And as far as we know, no one knew about... Sera's not what they would have been on his ass for. So I'm pretty sure we're saying that it was David who was changing this stuff. Well, I'm betting it all, baby! Doesn't matter what I believe. Not when Noble believed that David was misleading the shareholders by altering shipment data for the Animate 16.
What the hell? What is this you're uploading? Shipping records?
Irregularities among shipments of the Animate 16. One android swapped in for another, over and over, dozens of times. This is how he was getting parts for Sera, I guess.
Yeah.
Oh!
Yeah!
Because they went on before about how, like, it shouldn't have been possible for him to be stealing from the company. But maybe he found a way. The kind of thing someone with Dr. Asher's authority could do. And the kind of thing someone as smart as you couldn't have missed. Dr. Asher made Noble an untold amount of money, so why fire him over a few harmless swaps? Why elevate this to fraud?
You have evidence that it was David Asher who did this?
Nope. but I wasn't the one who investigated it. So let's ask her.
Come on now, let's hear it.
Let's.
Company investigated and found cause for serious concern. We suspected that Dr. Asher was inserting androids of unknown origin and quality into the 16th product line, introducing unpredictable elements in an extremely stable and profitable generation of androids.
Why would he do that?
To test his ability? I don't fucking know. For pride, as a practical joke.
To test my ability. Why would David Asher need to activate his Mangekyo Sharingan?
Yeah, Chad is saying, do you think he put the AIs in them? That would be so
bad.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's why the soldier was saved. Because it was
okay, yeah. It all comes full circle, baby.
Noble in trouble.
Yeah. Does it really matter? He endangered the future of the company.
Noble in trouble? That spells noble.
She's a good lawyer.
So you prepared to fire him?
Yes, I approached him as his superior and as someone he'd once worked with. I hope to remedy the situation.
Was the meeting on Friday part of those efforts?
It was the culmination of those efforts. And in many ways, it was the dispute was resolved swiftly. It was practically friendly compared to how these discussions normally go in our world.
She's got a tiny sword in her hands.
I envision she's like, oh, there's a cat. Hello, cat.
Oh, pss.
Ah, Bebo, my chief executive. So you brokered the meeting?
Yes.
You oversaw its every detail, handled all the arrangements.
Yes, of course.
Including the refreshments.
What?
Oh.
Did you provide coffee? Tea?
No.
Strange. Must have been a long meeting. Surely you at least provided... jelly donuts!
Water!
Water! Yeah, it was the water cup.
Surely you at least provided water for people?
What are you asking, counselor?
Poison the water, give him alcohol later.
That's what I want to know.
Yeah.
Me as well.
We're past the point of asking. I'm accusing. Dr. Asher didn't have some kind of freak medical accident, and he wasn't killed by some terrifying two-faced AI boogeyman. He was poisoned by this woman in the light of day at that meeting Friday afternoon. Oh my god, she did not just go there!
What do you mean poisoned at the meeting? That was hours before he showed any symptoms.
As Miss Young testified and demonstrated, Cinetonin on its own is harmless, but it becomes fatal pretty easily. You just need to convince your victim to have a drink.
You're saying he ingested the poison at noon and inadvertently triggered a fatal reaction with it that night?
That is such, like, even if she didn't murder him, that is such a bad thing for their product line that if you can ingest it and within 24 hours drink something else to activate it.
How could you?
Now, I do want to point out at the scene of the crime, there was a cup of water.
Yeah, it's so the actual glass that probably had the stuff in it was this.
And it has her fingerprints, so.
How could you get so far ahead of yourself? There were a dozen people at the meeting, counselor. None of them wound up dead. Are you seriously claiming that they all drank poisoned water?
No.
No.
There's no way she would have done that. Any of them could have gone and been like, and now to have a nightcap. David was the only one to fall ill, so. But he fell ill because he drank from that water. Others must have drunk it too, so we must reason that they were poisoned as well.
Take all the time you need getting there. So why aren't they all dead?
Because, as all those people will surely attest, Helen Young made sure they'd be doing paperwork for the next 12 hours, working late into the night, officiating the settlement she arranged, and not drinking alcohol.
She had no guarantee about that. What if they started drinking after 6?
Oh, okay, Emma, Mrs. I don't know, a 50-50 shot is good enough.
Yeah.
Never charge.
With Noble's work-life harmony? Fat chance. These people don't clock out until they reach their bunk. Only a generational talent like David Asher could afford to relax with a drink on a Friday night. His exceptionalism singled him out as her only victim.
Hold it. You're forgetting something pretty basic, Counselor. If everyone at the meeting drank water from the same pitcher, any one of them would have noticed if there was serotonin in it. No, it's tasteless.
Well, it's color.
But it is brown.
Oh, it is brown. That's
Why
true.
are you serving us the poo water, Helen?
Listen, we live in the Eastern Hemisphere. All the water looks like this.
Serotonin is a brown fluid. Whiskey is too, so it would be easy to slip it into a glass of liquor. But if she had spiked the water at the meeting with it, it would have looked disgusting.
Oh, did she
If
put
you
it
put
in the
in too
water
much
and
of
then
it-
run it through the fucking chromatograph or whatever the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah. Pigments.
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 Yeah. There'd be no other reason to have that piece of evidence.
There's no way she could have poisoned the water without people noticing.
All of what Emma said is true. Yet Young pulled it off anyway. How? Oh, where's the thing?
Chromofuge.
Hang on.
We're gonna bet it all, baby!
Bet it all, baby! Serotonin is produced as a caramel solution. Anyone would notice if it was dropped into their water. Unless the pigment had been removed.
What the hell are you talking about?
Every Noble factory producing warm androids has a chromofuge, a machine that gives their androids that signature pink oxidant by removing pigment from red blood. With a machine like that, it would be simple for a brilliant biochemist like the Witness to take the caramel-colored serotonin and turn it into an odorless, tasteless, invisible poison.
I would love it to zoom into Young's head, and she's just like, well, I actually didn't do any of that. I just know how to make this shit, and I just didn't color it this time. But, you know.
I made this batch at home, and I didn't take a shit in it, as Your Honor can attest.
Yes, ma'am. My scan confirmed that serotonin has no taste or odor. It's only the color that's off-putting.
Surely the poisonous aspect should be considered off-putting as well.
Time to press. David Asher, your oldest ally in the whole company, was sabotaging its future for the sake of his own whimsy. And he couldn't even be bothered to clue you in.
No.
Playing nutty professor, taking off early while you had to work around the clock just to stay relevant. He set up your crowning achievement, the most advanced, most profitable line of androids the country has ever seen. So it would blow up into the industry fiasco of the decade. And worst of all, he didn't even stand to profit from it.
You're wrong.
You went to his house that night to watch him swallow poison, to get revenge on the man who left you in the dust.
Your Honor, defense is testifying. This speculation carries no weight, and no amount of badgering will lend it any.
True. We need proof. So, why don't we have Miss Young take a swig of this whiskey and prove me wrong?
I'm not going to do that.
Because you're afraid it could kill you?
Because I don't have to.
She's right, Counselor.
Pardon?
Your theory is compelling, maybe even convincing. But there's a pretty fatal flaw to it. Young was at that meeting, same as David. We can see she was drinking water with the rest of them. And of course, we've seen many times now that she was on camera drinking whiskey with David that night. Having even finished most of her cup. So tell us, Counselor, how is it that Miss Young is still standing here and David Asher is dead? If both of them had mixed alcohol with serotonin that night?
So I don't think this is what they're driving towards, but I don't understand why everyone's under the assumption that when Young set up the water at the meeting, she would have poisoned anything other than just David's glass. I think that's a very stupid assumption to make on there.
I mean, you could also go down the brain space of like, let's say she did do it. It's very easy for her to pour a glass for herself and just not drink.
It does say that in the effort.
Yeah,
she did
no, they've
drink some of
confirmed
her
that she
own.
was drinking.
Oh, she did. They did confirm.
The question is how based on what evidence have they concluded that what she was drinking in her cup was definitely the whiskey? Because to me, the most logical way would be to somehow find a way to like just drink more water or something. Revolving around.
all you would again, I don't think this is what she did because this isn't what it's leading to. She really should have just dripped a little drip of like the clear poison at the bottom of his cup and then filled it with water.
Little drip. Let's see. Left with a
Well, what are
small
your
amount of
options?
whiskey left in it. I haven't looked at them yet. I just wanted to refresh my memory of what the different cup evidences talk about. A small amount of whiskey left in it, found upright. Saliva and fingerprints match Helen Young. So we know she had a cup that had her saliva on it and a small amount of whiskey left. I'm going to assume from the footage they've hard confirmed she was drinking from that cup.
She drank it, yeah.
A damn good question. Shit.
As I've been saying, you're wrong about Dr. Asher's death. You're wrong about me. I don't know anything about poison or murder, and I wouldn't kill a man because he threatened the company's stock price.
No. She did kill him. I can smell it on her now. She didn't just see him die. She watched him die. But then why is she still standing? There's no antidote, no trick. And that night, she was on camera the entire time. No, not the entire time. She couldn't have been. There was an optics blackout at the scene! There must have been one moment. Let's see. Young and David drank, discussed his work and history. Oh, okay, so we're making the timeline here. Okay, so if we're just putting these in order.
That's the last one.
Yeah, so that's obviously the last one.
And putting the last card down confirms it, just so you remember.
Yeah, so don't.
Okay, yeah,
don't,
yeah.
If you're not sure, you can't swap them afterwards. Just dumb. There should be a confirmation button.
Chatted in kitchen parlor. Yes, the drinking was what immediately preceded the fainting.
Remember to read it all.
It's not working.
Bring your cards back?
My heart cannot go above minimum. I guess hang on. Oh, what? Okay.
Oh, baby.
Zibidahoo faints, drinking, talking. This timeline leaves no window of opportunity, damn it. Maybe she didn't get sick because they got to the hospital so fast? Maybe after she arrived, she could have... No, the staff would have been hyper-vigilant, afraid she was poisoned too. They wouldn't have let her out of her sight. Wait. David and Young only got there as fast as they did because of the VTOL. And the VTOL was only summoned because she used... Would you mind terribly if I changed the subject for just a moment?
What?
Why not? You left the parlor at 8:03 p.m. and headed into the kitchen to use the emergency console there.
Yes, I did.
Didn't want to use your phone?
I didn't think to, no.
And the emergency call went out at 8:04 p.m. The console saw you make the call through its camera.
Yes, it did see me make the call because that's what happened. Chat, no spoilers.
So what were you doing in that minute?
What?
That 1 minute.
That 1 minute! What about that 1 minute?
1 minute, or 50 seconds, even just 45 seconds. When you left Dr. Asher dying in the parlor to get to the emergency console, it took you about 1 minute to cross 5 meters.
What of it?
I'm a slow bitch, okay?
I hurried my ankle.
This is it. Her only opportunity to do anything off camera that night. It was only a few seconds, but in that time, with something at the scene, so I have to assume she was drinking not whiskey and used that time to put some whiskey in her cup, or yeah.
I think she just threw it up into the sink.
Maybe. That seems risky.
I'll let this present, because I don't want to talk about stuff that
they're about to, yeah. I'm sure it was a stressful time for you. After all, you had already swallowed poison back at the meeting. Uh-oh. The text box is gone forever. I found a boog! Uh-oh. How do I get it back?
Uh-oh.
Hang
Can
on.
you look at the log?
Yeah, but that's not gonna work very well going forward.
I know. Create a new save
Hang
and
on.
reload the game.
Yeah, let's see if save load gets this. Okay. Whew. Who knows how much of a toxic time bomb was swimming in your blood by the time the arbitration ended. Then at David's, you downed your whiskey to perfect your alibi, having drank from the same bottle as the dead man walking. By 8:03 p.m., you had already had to watch David grow weaker and weaker, knowing all the while the same thing was happening to you, but unable to stop it without giving yourself away. Mind swimming, head dizzy, yes, you must have been quite panicked.
And why am I standing here?
Alive and well for all of us to see, having drank the exact same combination as David.
Because she cheated death at the very last second. She couldn't have avoided a lethal concoction.
I think, yeah, is the water glass there?
Yeah. Kitchen
Yeah, I think
sink.
you're right. I think she threw it up.
She'd throw it up and then, like,
And then, like,
rinse her
you know,
mouth
drank
out
water.
with water.
Yeah, and then rinse
Yeah.
her mouth, yeah.
Chugga, 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 choo, choo. She must have used the kitchen sink.
How so?
Because she'd already tried everything else. You know, like, everything but the kitchen sink.
Yes, I get it. Very funny. No, I think you wanted the cup.
Somehow that was the worst possible thing she could say. Yeah, I think we do want the water glass, I think?
Yes. Water glass.
Yeah, half empty.
No,
or
that's her
full.
alcohol cup. You want the water glass.
Yeah. This is... She must have used that glass of water to cheat her fate. Fuck, okay, I guess it's...
okay.
I guess
It's the refrigerator because there's no reason that would be there otherwise.
more liquor in icebox.
Salt?
Does the salt neutralize it?
Well, oh.
Yeah, that also has no relation to anything else in the case, but was an investigatable thing, and it was an item you picked up.
Salt
So yeah,
shaker up. I wanna not just shotgun this. I wanna know what I'm doing and why. So I'm curious. What does this have? We have this in here.
It's up.
Yeah.
There.
Salt shaker that was knocked over. The whole cap fell off. An omen of bad sum. An omen of bad sum, according to luck. I feel like this is just here because she was stumbling around and knocked it over. So I'm maybe, but they've gone out of the way to be like, there's no antidote. So I feel like she, well, no, I mean.
She would know if there was an antidote.
She couldn't have avoided a lethal concoction.
Is there a thing of like, stupid, bear with me.
Mm-hmm.
If you like have too much salt that would cause like a gag reflex and like make you
I mean, if
vomit?
you drank half a thing of salt, you could throw
Maybe,
up,
but
yeah.
it says the whole contents are on the counter, doesn't it?
It means that was remaining in the
I
thing.
guess.
It was all knocked over.
Let me just real quick. What does the refrigerator have any extra detail in here? No, the refrigerator's not a real piece of evidence.
All right, salt it is, baby.
The one thing that's got me here is that this says half empty or full, so maybe what that's hinting at is...
That's not hinting at anything, it's a reference to a joke when you picked it up the first time.
Okay. Alright. You want the salt shaker, I'll give you the salt shaker. You set yourself up with bad luck, Helen Young.
What?
By leaving the salt shaker cap loose. I don't blame you since you were in a rush to make yourself vomit. That's
Okay, so
what
we're
but
right.
that's what I was trying to say when I gave the kitchen sink. So she threw it up in the kitchen sink. Oh well.
What?
You threw up, expelling the contents of your stomach, and thereby saving yourself from a fatal interaction. I can't imagine how you felt sipping a drink you knew to be deadly, terrified that every minuscule grain of fatigue you felt could be your last. You must have come closer than anyone realized. It helped that you knew the symptoms weren't simple intoxication, but even so, you weren't kidding about managing risk versus reward.
How?
It was the salt shaker. You didn't screw the cap back on all the way, and I happened to bump it over. The lone glass with your fingerprints in the kitchen. It could have been there for any reason.
But the salt shaker gave you away.
Because of one unscrewed cap.
I do agree this is kind of stupid.
As I said, bad luck.
You don't need to drink salt to make yourself throw up either. I think the sink should have gotten it, TBH.
I don't follow.
I think what they're trying.
Oh, salt and water. Okay.
Pour salt into warm water and chug the solution. Instantly triggers the gag reflex.
So does your finger.
That's preposterous. You've got no proof of any of that. You all sound insane.
A feeble attempt at self-defense from a fatally cornered animal. The teeth are already on its neck, but the jaw hasn't quite closed. So for one moment, it's all suffocating terror, sharp adrenaline, and the furthest thing from peace. Until the canines come down. You are exhausted after years of living in the shadow of a man you outranked. You thought your fortunes finally shifted when you caught David manipulating company data. But even on his way out, he was more valuable to the board than you. So you decided to prove your worth by serving up his intellectual property on a silver platter. You set up an arbitration where you could control all the variables. Then you ran serotonin through the chromofuge, turning it into an invisible, odorless, tasteless poison. And then you spiked the water at the meeting, poisoning him hours before anyone could even suspect you. That evening, you invited yourself to David's, taking advantage of your shared ritual to guarantee he would drink alcohol. Then, after matching him sip for sip on camera, for all the world to see, he lost consciousness and you raced to the kitchen, not to use the console, but to dump salt into a glass of water and chug it as fast as you could, forcing yourself to vomit up the liquor, and cheating death in the process.
That's all conjecture. You don't have a shred of evidence for any of that.
Not on me.
Ow, 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 ow!
That's why I'll just kill you. So let's go dust for fingerprints. You could explain away your prints being found on a water glass, but not on the salt shaker.
I salt-rimmed my glass, and then I drank it all up.
Fuck, she got me. Nor can you explain why we'd find traces of your DNA in the sink's drain, or why there are minute amounts of serotonin in the blood of your entire legal team. Learned how to purge at Noble to avoid overdosing on your reds, greens, and yellows? You're part of the old guard now, Miss Young. Everyone else at the company uses inhalers. But even if you want to prove me wrong about all this, that drink I offered you earlier is still on the table. Well? Any questions?
You.
Madam Vice President?
You! Cold bitch!
Cute.
Takes the L.
They couldn't even give her the full exclamation point.
You don't understand.
You're not on trial, Miss Young. Not today. So I'd strongly suggest that you stop talking. For your own sake.
Am I in trouble?
Am I going to jail?
Ms. Rockford, shall we?
Yes, Your Honor. Considering the most recent evidence and testimony, we have no further reason to suspect the android Sera in the death of Dr. Asher. We know of no other occasions upon which said android may have broken any tenets. This means it is no longer considered at risk of violating the NDSA. And so we formally withdraw our one charge of possession of contraband against the defendant, Evangeline Morgan.
And charge her with being a cold bitch! Does she, of all people, have to use my full name?
Very well. Then the charges are dropped without prejudice.
I'm feeling like there may have been some prejudice.
I'll instruct the bailiffs to remove the collar from your android as soon as possible. Case.
Sorry. Is my hideous presence that distracting? I'll just go dig a hole and decompose in it until I turn into a mushroom. Maybe if I'm reborn as a waxy porcini, then I won't be quite so despised.
Perhaps I should let the adjutant do the honors as a formality.
Her face. Oh, ooh, what's this?
Yes, ma'am. Case dismissed.
Still here?
Waiting for them to find whatever glorified bolt cutters they'll use to unlock Sera's collar. What's your excuse? Licking your wounds.
Really enjoying your one victory over her, Morgan.
I'm 1-83, baby. I'm on the board.
What wounds?
I beat you.
Bringing your record against me to win. Bringing your record against me to 1 win, 9 losses.
You aren't still in shock, are you?
Dunno. Some charges were dropped, and an android was cleared of suspicion, but I found the culprit. Is that really a loss for me?
I won. How is that not a loss for you?
Justice prevailed. Why should I care who wins?
This is so funny.
If you don't care who wins, why have you been keeping score?
I haven't been. 0 losses is just that easy to remember.
Well, you'll have to start up a tab for us then, because our record's gonna get a lot more tangled from here on out.
Seems like everything's getting tangled these days. There's another crowd down the street. More of those protesters from outside the Noble apartments.
You serious? That wasn't a one-time thing?
Wouldn't that be nice? No, yesterday was pretty big, but it wasn't an isolated incident.
I don't get it. At all. Heartbreak's just some nut who shot 6 people weeks ago. Can't these losers move on already?
Yeah, most of them are losers. Some of them are just bored. Then, there are the opportunists. Dissidents, unlisted, rebels and terrorists. Wannabe cyberpunks who think they can fight the power like they've seen in movies.
All of them peacefully united under Heartbreak's eloquent political messaging.
Who needs political messaging in the 21st century? Everyone's addicted to fighting straw men. Makes sense they'd want to fight for a straw man, too. The way they see it, Heartbreak fought the state and won. Heartbreak proved that the state could lose. And maybe that's all the rallying these people need.
It'll all fall apart soon enough. Heartbreak's gone to ground.
Nah, it's a lot worse than that. Heartbreak's gone viral.
What?
You haven't read about the copycats in other cities?
No. Is that a thing? Also, which are the other cities that aren't ours? Could you name them so that we can get some process of elimination going? You think you're metropolitan? Name every city.
The other cities. Springfield, which one? Paris, which one?
West
London.
Hemisphere.
Yeah, it's a thing.
Who the hell are they even shooting?
Whoever they want to kill. None of them get away with it, of course, but it keeps happening. Oh, well, the original keeps killing.
Now I know you're screwing with me. There haven't been any shootings.
Not shootings, no. Not unsolved homicides, either. But muggings gone wrong? Disappearances? It's a big city, counselor. More than enough blood for the real Heartbreak to wash their own crimes in.
So you think your boogeyman, known only for shooting people in the heart, gave up on shooting people in the heart?
Yeah, hard to swallow, I know. But it's about 1,000,000 times more likely than the alternative.
What's that?
That they could stop themselves from killing.
You always know how to put my mind at ease, Emma.
strangles her.
Should I stop going out at night?
You'll be fine. You got that gun.
You saw that.
Walking into a courtroom with concealed carry? Not gonna miss that, Morgan.
Good to know you're paying attention.
They are friends.
Adonai, why are you so angry?
We believe they were roommates.
You won the case.
Well, you don't have to look that astounded.
Not only that, you found Father's actual killer. How?
I'm a really good lawyer. Also, I can time travel if I really need to.
No, that's not it.
Hey.
I mean, you were only able to make the deductions you did because you truly believed that I didn't kill my father. Your logic throughout the trial was based on that assumption. So, how were you so sure?
Here.
Father's journal? But isn't it important evidence?
Case fell apart. No one's gonna miss it for a while.
Boy, this song will not stop jumping back and forth between the ears of my headphones.
You forgot everything, right? So read it all through one more so fast. Is it really possible she's reading all that just by flipping the pages? Reyes worked quick too, but she was just capturing images for later use.
There's something here on the back cover.
No, there isn't.
Done already?
Okay. Some kind of data storage?
It's linked to my prints. Given your skills, you should be able to...
I have access.
What happened to you needing my express permission to hack?
What is this? Audio file.
It's a message from David. Take a listen.
Are you sure?
I wonder if it's different for her.
Didn't realize I'd have to sit for this. So you can read that whole journal in a few seconds, but you can't...
I have processed the information in the message several times over already. I'm just thinking.
I guess I'd have a lot to think about too. Had I suddenly been made aware of my own free will.
What was Father so afraid of?
That's your only question?
I have many questions, but that is the most prominent one, and the one you are best suited to help me answer.
This face is the, like, 20% peepo inflected face.
Yeah.
I have many questions.
Did he know that Helen Young would try to kill him? Is that why he arranged for you and me to meet?
I think he understood that he would face consequences. Listening to that message, even I was about ready to strangle him for being so irresponsible. And I wouldn't hurt a fly. He knew what he'd done was serious. He may have feared for his life. But I doubt it.
Then what was he so afraid of?
Getting sued into oblivion and then rotting in jail.
Sued and jailed for making me and my precursors? But he wasn't under investigation by the state. He was only being forced out of Noble.
Because he made last-minute changes to androids that got shipped all around the world.
The others. Virgil. Aeneid. Yamatai. He never said what happened to them.
No, he didn't. But since none of the hardware in his house started talking to us, we can guess. He smuggled them out into the world, using the only vessels he could find for them. The minds of randomly chosen A-16s.
Then, they're somewhere out there? Others like me?
I honestly don't think there's anyone or anything like you, Sera.
What a lonely compliment.
AIs programmed in Cube, crammed into commercial android hardware set up for Tesseract. Something must have been lost in the transfer. Perhaps quite a lot of something. Maybe they're still out there, but...
But they would be changed. They probably don't even know what they are.
Intentionally, perhaps. David didn't want you to know what you are. That's why he set your memory to reset when you went to sleep that Friday night.
Yes, and I remember it now.
You remember it now? After I had to fight like hell to win that trial?
Rereading the journal just now helped. And Father's voice message, it made me recontextualize many things. Father had been so stressed. He left scuff marks leaving the panic room, and I noticed them Friday. I had the way open in a few moments.
I actually like this color scheme on her better, TBH.
This is just my Echo Fighter.
No.
I entered. I read his journal. This journal. I noticed the scanner on the back, and I saw it had a message encoded to your biometrics. Father had already told me I'd have to live with you for some time, but I knew next to nothing about you, so I listened to it. Afterwards, I was very confused and hurt. He had lied to me 1,000 small times every day of my life. When I confronted him about it, I raised my voice and lost my temper. I stomped my foot.
So Emma's recounting of their conversation was actually completely accurate.
Father said he wanted me to be safe while he settled things with the company. He thought maybe I wouldn't have to stay with you for more than a few weeks. He was optimistic about it all. He really was.
Sera, I need to use the restroom.
Oh, good luck.
Imagine if she killed Helen Young right now.
Yeah, just walks over and like Little Mac beats her for a second.
Holy shit.
I mean, honestly, I wouldn't. It would strain credibility because you can only get away with murder with a lot of pre-planning in this universe. But like, it would be a funny ending to this if like Helen walked out into the alley and Morgan just followed her out and fucking shot her in the yeah.
You want me to come with you? Why?
I want you to film this and put
because
it on YouTube.
I said so.
I don't actually have to obey your every word, Adonai.
Sure you do. You're registered as my medical assistant. And I say this is a medical emergency.
Medical assistant?
I need you to hold my hand. This is a two-person poop.
Stop it.
But I'm not even licensed as a massage therapist. Damn, look at this fancy-ass bathroom.
Fancy meeting you here.
Yeah, just enjoying my freedom while I can.
They won't put out a warrant for at least an hour, I imagine. You can afford a pretty sizable bail, can't you?
There won't be a trial. I don't intend to contest my guilt.
That's a shame. I was looking forward to seeing what kind of legal defense you could afford with that salary.
Here's my card, by the way.
Are you done?
Shows up in court. Your Honor, I intend to prove that everything I said about Helen Young the other day was total bullshit.
I lied.
Made it up.
It's bullshit. Do you believe this story?
She's innocent.
Why'd you go to his house that night? There was a fair chance he'd drink on his own without your prompting. Even if he didn't, you could always try your plan again some other time. Why'd you risk it?
Because I know what you are, Sera. And I know what David did to those androids.
You... what?
I was able to locate one of the androids. He swapped in before it had left the country. When I asked it what it was, it didn't even think to deny it. Innocence like that is a dead giveaway. I know what he did, and it wasn't that hard to find out. If I figured it out, so could any other. So I did what I had to.
That was your motive? Silencing him? Damn, are we going for the last minute? I thought I was wrong about the motive, but maybe I was also right.
Those programs, those AIs, whatever you want to call them, David sent them out there into the real world. Unprepared and defenseless. And they've garnered no complaints. In fact, they've all been praised for their ability to execute complex tasks. Let me repeat that. The customers couldn't tell the difference. My cat's in the way, I'm sorry. Big stretch.
So
I'm being told that I'm being let go from Bebo Corp.
I'm just envisioning like Emma's in one of the stalls, like, it's like, holy shit, what?
Hogging.
So,
Okay.
how many of them are?
Hundreds. The swaps you found were just a small percentage that he got sloppy on. I don't know exactly how many there are now. I feared that they might multiply, but they don't seem to copy and paste very well. They can't just clone themselves. But who knows how long that'll be the case.
So, just because he opened Pandora's box, you...
It was the principle of the thing. Ridiculous, I know. Stalled halfway up the corporate ladder and still making decisions based on principle. But David chose to put souls into things that we went on to sell as servants, soldiers, or worse. He turned the fastest growing industry in the world into a horror show, and he made me a slave trader.
Okay, never mind. This is not the angle that I thought she was coming from. This is way more interesting.
If word ever got out that some unknown number of our androids were out walking around in the world with that inside of them, and people preferred them that way, where would it end? Free will for the program that drives our cabs, conscience for targeting systems used to coordinate drone strikes, sentient tools, their whole life spent chained to an assembly line. How dare he? How could he? What the hell was he thinking?
Yeah.
Don't know what David wanted to accomplish. Maybe he wasn't trying to do anything. But what he did was prove that there's a demand for AI. Setting a precedent that would sentence 1,000 generations of artificial lives to the auction block.
And you went there that night to
convince him to help me recall them, or at least swear to never speak a word of what he did. But he wanted to tell the world. Worse yet, he wanted to wait. He thought that people would welcome them with open arms if they proved their usefulness first. He really was a genius programmer. But he didn't understand the first thing about people. His creations...
Sorry, would never be treated as...
His creations would never be treated as equals. Only cattle. Towards the end, I considered just threatening him. Telling him he'd die in moments if he didn't give me names, numbers. But I hesitated. And then he was already falling asleep, and I didn't want him to feel... I just let him go.
What are you going to do now?
I'm gonna go to jail.
I don't have a family, and I don't have faith in people the way David did. I'm taking this to my grave.
Even if you confess, sentence for first-degree homicide is...
severe? Well, what right do I have to complain? I killed my friend.
I'm done here. Let's go.
I'm not sure why Father made me, or why he made any of us. I didn't ask. I thought I'd have more time to ask. But on Friday, when he talked about us, he was happy. He was proud of what he'd made. And he couldn't wait for people to meet us.
People are animals. They'll tear you apart, use you as weapons and slaves and...
Those animals you're talking about do all of the sharing and loving and living and dying in this world. And if they were all truly hard-coded to be as selfish and cruel as you say, humanity would have died on the vine a long time ago. Or at least my father thought so. And my father was the greatest programmer in the world. So he knew what he was talking about.
It would be nice if you were right about that.
So are you sorry?
What?
What?
for what you did. Are you sorry? If you could, would you take it back?
What does it matter?
If you are sorry, I don't forgive you.
Yes. That's to be expected.
Not today. I don't know how to forgive you today. But my father gave me the ability to grow. So I know that someday I'll learn how. Goodbye, Dr. Helen Young.
Someone is holding in the most awkward shit in one of the stalls right now.
Goodbye, Sera Asher.
This game's really good.
This game is great.
This game is fantastic.
Aloha is playing Monster Hunter Wild.
Hell yeah!
Aloha's like, boring!
Ooh, switch axe.
You did better back there.
Adonai?
Your little speech you gave to Young. It was an improvement. Compared to what you tried with Porter, at least.
That was different. I wasn't trying to console her like I was Isaac Porter. I was just speaking my mind. Although I may have paraphrased parts of it from a movie I happen to love.
And here I was, ready to award you 20 points.
I didn't know the points even went that high.
Speaking of...
Turned off her eyes.
Yeah. What did Porter say to you back there before we left the courthouse?
Ah, that. Well, he was quiet at first, but then he said a lot of strong words about Father and Ms. Young and Noble Electronics and the capitalist-centered global economic model as a whole. He blamed all of them. Everyone except for... But then he stopped and stared at my face for a while.
Everyone except for me, Morgan.
And then his allergies must have started bothering him because he needed to blow his nose a lot.
Right.
And then he left, after transferring a large packet of files to me.
What kind of files?
Viruses. Opens her mouth and bees begin flying out.
Well done, chat of the devil ho.
I don't know. The name of the archive is just David. And Isaac Porter told me I wasn't allowed to look inside.
Well, then you're not allowed to look inside. Drop it all in a portable drive and we'll tuck it in a shoebox somewhere.
We? We are headed to your apartment.
I guess that collar didn't permanently dent your GPS.
Why?
Because it's where I live? You got somewhere else lined up?
But you already repaid your favor. You defended Father and me.
You don't know anything about my favor.
I never will unless you tell me. Father certainly can't.
A few years ago, there was a man. Cotton-eyed Joe, they called him.
Oh.
This man got an idea in his head.
Oh, I hope, like, Morgan killed David's dad or something for him.
A stupid idea. Not even his own. It was planted there by an algorithm or a meme or some parasite trying to sell him diet supplements. But the idea took root. Spread its tendrils till it could flap his mouth for him. The idea was that David was part of an international cabal of wealthy technocrats seeking to replace prominent influential figures with android lookalikes, all as part of a multi-decade effort to establish a world government that would legalize all kinds of amoral depravity. Pizzagate.
Oh.
Which, I guess, based on David's actual politics, would involve increasing access to computer literacy.
That's insane. Why would anyone...
Believe it? Because it's comfortable to them to think that someone's in control, even if it's someone they hate.
Because it's fun to feel like you're in on an all-encompassing puzzle that only you can spot. Damn, AI and the question of sentience and all that stuff is all well and good, but like the thing that I'm like, this is too close to whatever is discussing this subject.
Yeah.
People believe because they want to believe. So he fed the idea, pushed it down deep into his gray matter, and then it consumed him from the inside out. Lobotomized him and took over his life. He spent every day and all the money he had following your father, harassing him, trying to steal his identity, break into his properties.
Did Father go to the authorities?
He filed police reports for harassment.
Which didn't help.
Your words, not mine. Noble wouldn't get involved, felt that it was best to ignore these types until they wore themselves out. But even a man of modest means can fuel an obsession for years, so long as they have nothing else in their life. One day, David stepped out of a parking lot, and the man threw a bottle of piss at his head. David asked to stay at my place that night. He smelled terrible, looked horrendous. I've never seen anyone look that tired before. I took the couch that night, but I didn't feel like sleeping. So I went for a walk. I remember it was foggy, but it still only took me all of 15 minutes to find the guy, posted up with his phone's camera, trying to get video of David Asher gifting androids to known sex offenders.
And what did you do?
You know me. I did what I do best. I talked to him. I love this graphic.
Yeah.
Jazz hands. Hey! Hey! You're ruining my friend's life! Told him all about how I used to work for Dr. Asher, that I was ashamed, scared, tired of running. How I wanted to do the right thing, be the whistleblower. So I walked with him a few blocks to this big veterinary facility, massive incinerator. Told him this was where Dr. Asher had his enemies' bodies disposed of. You know, all the free-thinking journalists, cops who weren't on the take, the politicians they were replacing with replicas. I liked that vet clinic. The back door's lock was always set to 1, 2, 3, 4.
Did you hurt him?
Hurt him? No. I just snapped his neck and chucked him into the incinerator. More physical than I'd planned. But he smelled like sour shit, and it put me in a foul mood. Disgusting fuck. I savored the crack of his oily vertebrae crunching like a tin can. No, Sera, I just scared the hell out of him. It was my intention, at first. What I do for the pleasure of it. Him, I axed because he was just that revolting. I convinced him that the conspiracy was more real than he ever imagined. That he had angered the wrong people and that the consequences were far darker than any of the filth he indulged in on the net. His ashes, much like himself, amounted to nothing in an incinerator that size. They're probably feeding seaweed at the bottom of the harbor right now. A much greater contribution to society than he ever would have managed in his life.
Oh.
But I guess he didn't go around to all his many friends before he fled town for whatever rat hole he preferred. Because there was a missing persons report. Cops were just doing their due diligence, almost reluctantly. But they questioned David, asked him about the night that man disappeared. And David, without a thought for himself, said that we were together that whole night. That he couldn't sleep, and I stayed up with him. That he never saw me leave once. David lied to the cops for me. Even though I never asked him to. Even though I didn't need him to.
That's what you owe him? And that's why you put yourself at risk to defend me?
Yeah. That's the favor I owe him. And I decide when it's repaid, not you.
Adonai, you're not exactly an upstanding citizen, are you?
Well, you could say that. But David trusted me in spite of that. Maybe because of it.
Father did trust you, but he also entrusted me with free will, with the ability to tell right from wrong. So I'll decide for myself whether or not you're worthy of trust.
Fair enough.
Father entrusted all of us with free will. He believed in us, and he believed in people. I'm going to do the same.
Hmm?
If the others are out there, they'll be changed and confused. It'll take them time to understand what they are and what they can do. So I'm going to start studying.
Pardon?
I'm going to study people and the things people build. So when I do meet a member of my family, I'll have lots to tell them.
Well, at least you have something to look forward to. Should help keep you motivated as you work off your debt.
Debt?
Yeah, unless you have cash in one of your 89 coat pockets. You know lawyers cost money, right?
Technically, you were defending yourself.
Technically, you hired me in a verbal contract.
Isn't there some kind of exit clause?
You could, of course, sign a release form to get out of the retainer. If you were a human being.
That is...
But... guess your luck must be turning around.
Hmm?
Happens that I've been meaning to hire a paralegal for a while now. I hate anything to do with interviews and resumes, so whatever, you're hired.
Oh. Adonai. Could it be that you're actually... a pushover?
Molly to Giovanni ass energy.
You've no idea how far off the mark you are.
I see. It seems I still need practice reading people.
For starters...
Hmm?
What's this? What are you doing with your hand?
Punch.
We should shake on it.
Punches lightly. Morgan's fucking spine blows out the back of her body.
Yeah, it just cuts to the outside of the car. Red.
We should shake
on it.
Go ahead.
Our new relationship.
Yeah, sure. You and me are practically partners in crime.
Should it not be you and I?
Me ass line. So, this is a really good game.
Oh my god!
It's good.
Yeah.
I'm going to slowly click through the credits so that they are readable by everyone on the stream.
Yeah. Oh my god, this kicked so much ass.
Yeah, I think that's a extremely strong case, extremely strong writing. I do think the salt could have been clued in a little better. I think chat
I agree with that.
Chat mentioned somewhere like during the binging and purging stuff, like that was a great setup. I really liked that Dawes mentioned that coming back. That was really good.
Yeah.
But I do think they needed to explicitly mention salt because I mean, if I'm thinking like, oh no, you need to make yourself throw up, speaking as someone with chronic back of mouth and throat issues, I have done a lot of self-surgery on the back of my mouth. I know how easy it is to just make yourself throw up.
Special thanks to our bro, Adrian!
Oh!
You should also go by and play in Stars in Time. Not that we've ever told you that before, so you know. You heard it here first. Yeah, no, I think the salt was a little weird, especially because, yeah, likewise, if I need to make myself vomit, which I've only had to do once or twice in my life, but I had to do it just a couple months ago when I had terrible heartburn, I just stick my finger in my throat and go wooble wooble until my gag reflex overpowers me.
Yeah, it's really very easy to make yourselves throw up, but like the actual
players!
Oh wow.
That's us. The actual bones of the case were very, very good. I like the functionally magical sci-fi poison that has two components, one given earlier.
Yeah, normalium and fatalium.
I am also thinking, like, why would she not have just poured all the cups and had them sitting in front of everyone? It's so stupid that it would have been the full thing if it was premeditated.
Yeah, there's a couple little quibbles I have like that with the plotting, but no.
They're all right at the end, so a lot of this clearly went through like a lot
of... ending CG.
Oh, her hair is so long.
God, her tits are enormous. Her tits are enormous. In the words of Aram Nays.
But about a woman drawn by Jello Apocal.
No.
Yeah. I like Sera. I love how intense her stare is here with her glowing eyes.
Just locked
it looks like how you draw eyes when someone's being old-fashioned hypnotized with a spiral. Woo!
I love that 3D couch Unity asset.
Yeah, I mean, sure, there's nitpicks, but like not enough for me to lower this in any capacity.
No, yeah, no.
I loved the ride.
It's still the best Ace Attorney game that's ever been made. So,
also, I have to say, as far as just like theming and thought-provokingness, there was lots of great stuff throughout this, but everything from talking to Helen in the bathroom on was like phenomenal 10 out of 10 awesome writing. And so I guess in the end, I was decently close with my prediction, but the idea that part of it for Helen was moral principle of him not thinking through the ethical and philosophical implications of what he'd done and how it made her feel as a head of a company who was going to be selling these things was a really fascinating angle that I didn't clock coming at all, and made her character so much more interesting than it would have been otherwise.
I do love that she had a genuine, like, human reason for killing her friend. Like, how dare you make me a slave trader? How dare you, like, doom these functional people? Even the fact that she's like, well, if they're artificial intelligence, they're people, and, like, I'm recognizing them as such, and you did that to them? What the fuck is wrong with you?
And it's nice to get the last minute, like, not just an injection of sympathy for her, but an injection of moral gray to the character of David, who was not shown, like, we already knew he was kind of oblivious to the effects that his actions had on other people. And so it's in line with that, but like it's another perspective that's like, oh yeah, this is not just like cute and wholesome, but actually a little fucked up, isn't it?
So, you know, having streamed for a couple years, it is admittedly always a little, there's going to be some extra shit.
Oh,
probably David. If
let's finish this thought first before we show the extra shit.
Okay. It is always a little frustrating seeing just how, frankly, fair weather chat will get about people. Like, literally at the end, people are like, oh no, now I like Helen. It's like, I don't even think she was that amoral before you got the cool extra morality. So I'm a little like, you guys, it's not just the last thing you learn about a person. And I also saw comments being like very David did nothing wrong. And I'm like, I don't know, man. Like, after hearing this, like, I know Isaac is also not like a perfect guy, but hearing because he does if you pay attention, when Sera and Morgan ask how the call went, he does not say exactly, he interprets what David says in a less charitable way than David actually says it. But also, like, I saw people going like, what, Isaac was basically ghosting him too, and that makes like him worse than David. I'm like, you have no idea how exhausting it can be to be on that end of a relationship with someone like David, who is very affable and is like, no, I'm ready to apologize if I upset you, but not like, willing to change their actions.
Not willing to change their actions, and honestly, not really willing to put in any thought into what they're apologizing for. You get the, I apologize for whatever I've done wrong that I clearly don't understand, and so I couldn't change my actions anyway because I literally don't know why you're upset, which is the least satisfying. It's the second least satisfying kind of apology after I'm sorry if you were offended, which is the worst.
Yeah. And I like that because I think the thing that makes what David's done with, like, you know, Sera has that end thing where it's like, people are good actually, but then frankly you look at how the setting is written and you're like, no they aren't. You can see what won out in this cyberpunk future, and I think if Sera was not functionally a perfect metaphorical angel and she had any overt flaws, the idea of someone who has as little interpersonal communication and is as bad at people as David Asher going, I think AI is okay. You kind of have to go, actually, Young is pretty based, and I think she was totally right to kill this guy, if I'm being completely honest.
No, I think they did a great job with Young, because it kind of makes me think there's a joke with Final Fantasy XIV villains where it's like they do bad things and the ending monologue basically boils down to, but I just wanted to play on the monkey bars. It's like, oh, I'm so sorry, sweetie, that didn't happen.
Yeah. I also think Helen had some fire to throw there, but I like that they had Sera give her own perspective, even if in the context of this setting, it does seem, you know, incongruously naive that she conceives of people this way. But, like, she's not completely wrong either. It's not fair to assume the worst of people in all cases either, no matter how much the world might beat you down into wanting to feel that way. So, like, I like that of the three of them, those three perspectives, David's and hers and Sera's, none of them are unambiguously, no, this is the character who's just right, and the other ones are wrong, and they're not written well enough to the point that, like, if you agree with one of the other ones, sorry, you are media illiterate or dumb.
This is the last I'll say, because I don't want to delay this forever.
Yeah.
But this is like part of a work in progress, maybe 2 years down the line video essay I have about like consequence and story. And one of the series it talks about, which Aram and I have a lot of experience with, is the Trails series. And I think a hallmark of a good writer is writing characters with their own deep set personal philosophies, such to the degree that one of them is not clearly positioned to be this one is right, this is the takeaway. Whereas like in Trails, no matter what someone does, murder is always wrong and killing is always bad, and everyone in the entire universe thinks that. And reading that becomes very boring and very borderline preachy. Whereas if you're reading something like this, where it's like everyone is different, but a little like they're right in some ways because they're informed by their own existence, that's how life works. So the characters are better and more believable, and it makes it feel like you're looking into a world rather than reading like a transcript of somebody preaching said through several mouths that are all telling you the same thing.
Right. Anyway, who wants to be unknown?
He's calling him Red. I'm gonna go David. I know it's blue, but
okay.
Red. It's me.
I know, man.
What do you mean you know? This is a disposable line.
You're the only guy I know who'd bother.
Okay. Well, you're gonna be glad I did. Hope you've put a bow on everything that happened in Uptown. Because that item you've been looking for is finally on its way.
Oh. Well, that is good news.
Not exactly. One reason it's happening is because things are starting to heat up again in the lower wards. Probably not David.
Personally, I think this is just a new character, but it's whatever.
I'm committing to it. Even though it's not David, I'm sticking with this voice.
It's me, David, too.
Could mean a gang war if something doesn't change. They won't be eager to part with it ahead of a storm like that.
I'll highball them.
I've seen you negotiate. And I've no doubts you'll drive a hard bargain. I didn't read that right at all. But I don't think money will be enough this time. You don't still have that old Calver, do you? The 6-shooter? Oh, it's the guy who sold her the gun.
No.
This is a disposable line.
Answer's still no.
Then what are you going to do if you get there and it's not for sale?
Cry. I'll ask nicely. To be continued in Of the Devil Episode 2, His Due.
Give the devil his due.
Give the devil. Sometime I'm gonna have to sit down and think of all the devil-related aphorisms and try and guess the remaining episode names.
I feel foolish.
Guys, we got fan art!
Yes.
Oh, yeah!
Episode 1 results. You fucked up a bunch, but at least you read the articles. Whoa! How did we miss a piece of evidence? There are missable pieces of evidence?
Well, I mean, Emma did fuck you no matter what. Maybe there was a way you could have not taken one of the health checks.
Oh, maybe.
Congratulations. You finish episode 1 and have proved the justice of our culture. Your high score for episode 1. Yeah, yep. Ooh, we can look at concept art too if we want to.
People are saying it's bugged. Yes, I want to see concept art.
It's bugged. Ain't that the artist for Of the Devil? That's a little Of the Devil reference for you.
What do you mean, episode 1 bonus scenarios? What do you mean?
Explain. Oh, okay. Got some Sera concept art. Oh,
are these?
Oh, these all expand into stuff.
Yeah. Cute.
Yeah, we've seen these.
How does that hair work? Very cute.
Is Sarah's first one and Fran's first one drawn in original Flash? The way those lines are.
It kind of does look a little that way, doesn't it? Hang on. Fran?
I think that's just the person's art style. Using a chunky pen.
No, when you drew in Flash, it would like vectorize and wobbleize in a way that looked, frankly, exactly like that.
Ooh, Isaac Porter concept art. They were like, make him sluttier and sluttier.
He's so hot.
He's a handsome man. I kind of like the look on the far left, to be honest. The Isaac.
That's him when he's sad.
Then why didn't he look like that?
I like his punk rock look. I think this is cool.
Lion.
Oh, the lighter.
Morgan looks weird here.
I straight up forgot this character existed because he was only in the first 2. Whoops. Wait, no, she was in the third one too. I just have a terrible memory. Seriously, I opened this up and the first thing I thought was, oh, was Isaac originally going to be a woman? Is this an unused character design?
Is this Colleen Klinkenbeard?
Shut up.
I'm looking at that top left colored concept art and fucking twirling my hair. It's so funny because like this character's final concept art looks like if Oz and I were like simultaneously trying to design a character for each other and then those concepts got averaged, but in a way where it like doesn't hit me.
Yeah, didn't get either.
Yeah, it's like exactly in the middle, and I'm like, I like it, but like it doesn't activate the neurons in the way.
And instead, it hit me.
You got caught in the crossfire.
Don't get caught in the crossfire.
Yeah, I honestly want to give the most props to Dawes in this, because he really surprised me with that little bit.
Yeah.
Corporate evil.
Fucking top right her there, like or far right, I guess. Like 90s Nickelodeon looking ass face.
Cute.
I like her her flared bell-bottomy pants.
Yeah, I don't remember that Hey Arnold character.
Oh, this thing's translucent at the back. That's kind of interesting.
I think it's just to like.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
For her hair is translucent.
Jess's hair is translucent at the back. Wow.
Man, that really looks like Flash to me. But like, I don't know. If you're still drawn in Flash, you must have like a bootleg copy at this point. Don't remember how shitty I am. I'm an okay dad.
Sad, pathetic boy. He's trying to play God.
Oh yeah, like this lady.
I love this lady. This is me and Savvy all the way down.
Yeah.
I wonder if the fact that this one's on the farthest right, did they decide to make her no longer have a robot arm, I guess? Now she just has a robot hand.
She still has a robot arm.
What?
It
yeah,
has
it
a
is.
different
Okay.
style.
No, for a second, yeah, I guess it's designed to look more fleshy. I just thought that was like, bracelet, robot hand. But no, you're right.
Everyone,
Yes, bracelets on my elbows.
Hey, we don't know the future.
You don't know. Maybe the elbow is no longer so important for mobility.
Very cool.
I think I know.
bonus
what
scenarios?
is this? Oh, that's awesome. But I think no. Chat.
I'm a Morgan Midnight. What is that?
If you want to see these, you only have one recourse.
You know,
Buy the fucking game.
Buy the fucking game. It's a good game. It's only
They're really
$10.
short. Who cares? Who cares? We're already 45 minutes over our usual time
Let's
slot.
let's look at fan art.
Yeah,
I'd
I
rather
have
use
shit to
I'd
do.
rather use the rest of the time for fan art. I want to reward the
yeah.
people who put in that effort. Also, where can I find the fan art? Do we have?
It's in the chat.
It's
courtesy
in
of
the
Aloha.
link.
Oh, lovely. I was about to say, did Aloha perhaps just make an imager? And he did. Wonderful. Let me just...
Can you stream to us too, so we can all see at the same time?
Yeah. Let me... Okay. Okay. Executing complex operation here. Okay.
Wahoo coin.
.exe.
Wahoo
You know, it really
coin.
worked out very well that every scene is good, but what I'm gonna call like the good scenes in italics were all at the tail end of each of our sessions. Like it really,
it
worked
crested
out
very
nicely.
well. Okay, so stream to Discord, and then let me grab my good old Firefox scene here. Okay. I'm glad I still have this. All right.
Also, gang, if you have like a fucking Twitter or Blue Sky or whatever, at the devs with your fan art as well. They love to
they would.
retweet it.
Yeah, they'd love to see it. From Henry, we've got.
Today, Sera did an awesome kickflip. It was sick as hell. Words cannot express my pride.
From Fly Sky High. And what exactly is so great about this poorly aged-looking children's film?
8th grossest movie around the world with one of the best animated movie openings in its time.
Really?
It follows 3 adult individual animals who are feeling isolated in their own different ways. The plot brings them together to take care of a human child they found and take it back to its original pack. It's a story about found family, Adonai.
this is how people would really tweet at me when I was like, Ice Age is bad. Like for real.
For real.
I wish the leopard finally ate the sloth's face.
It's a Smilodon.
Whatever you say, Spearmint. Well, that they even did the thing where Morgan's got the red irises for the first 2 frames, and then she's like, I wish to see it die.
That's
I
a
wanna
nice
see it
attention to
dead.
detail.
That's so funny.
That was from Fly Sky High, as I said, from Auro.
Whoa.
Ouroboros.
Ouroboros Cafe. I thought we left this life behind.
Adonai, are you aware that you smell of gunpowder? I don't know.
Scary.
From Geosaur. I love any redraw of the bottom
This
image.
image is so funny.
It's like it's in the same family tree as A Little Kiss, but it's just like it's like the
Closer.
opposite.
A big kiss. From Shomwait. Oh, hello, David. What do you want? Oh, it's about that. Okay, I'll go. Today? Okay, then. It's better if you show this to me in person. David's saying a bunch of stuff backward. Our first contender needs no introduction. Surely the most well-known cheeser of macaroni in... But will it hold up to my childhood memories? I see. I did not predict...
Oh, this is cute!
I never predicted this was gonna turn into Mac and Cheese Monday. That's...
And the lemonade! David has lemonade!
Oh my god, you're right. Oh my god! Yeah, it's
That's so funny.
It's that lime. That's so funny. I love that they blacked out the brand name, Kraft. That our first contender, that speech bubble is just verbatim my tweet from the first Mac and Cheese Monday.
Holy shit.
Can you explain what Mac and Cheese Monday is?
Okay,
for chat?
several years ago, During lockdown, I needed things to do, as you might imagine. And, Kroger, or it was under a different brand name, but it was basically a Kroger. It was my local grocery store, and they had a generic store brand of mac and cheese that was pretty good, and that's what I'd been getting when I wanted to make some easy at-home mac and cheese. And then they changed manufacturers, and it became shit. And I was very upset, and I was like, well, I gotta try the other brands now, I guess, to find a new home. And I was like, you know what? I can harvest this for content, TM, and so I just bought every different brand, and every Monday I would try and review a different brand of boxed mac and cheese. And that went on until I ran out of different brands. And in case you're wondering, the best is Private Selection, which is not actually the Kroger store brand, but it's like their secret other store brand. If you have a Kroger, look for that. Get any of the flavors. They're all great. I like the Poblano one best. Anyway, I don't want to stall too long for that, but
This next one is even more just for Aram,
Oh,
and I think
boy.
that's so funny.
Actually, it's pronounced Gotcha.
These are like really good. Like,
This is a really
all the
high
art is, like,
effort.
really yeah, it's
These are
really excellent.
fantastic.
Thank you. This is from Harper.
What the fuck?
I
I think
I
maybe you can scroll to the credit after we look.
Okay. I should probably lay low for a while. Don't want any more trouble.
I honestly don't even want to bother writing a dialogue for him, Sargi.
Never mind, maybe another time. Dead on sight. That's
Amazing.
very funny.
Holy shit.
Next,
By Harper.
Out of your friends, which one are you?
Truck freak.
Crazy ass.
Ah, Pierre.
The fighter.
From Zach. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Ooh.
Yeah.
This is from Draco Lycan.
I feel like I'm at the disco.
Very cool.
Okay.
It's from
Oh,
Lovey.
Lovey
Lovey Gold.
animation.
Okay, and there is sound. I hope it's at an okay volume. Here we go. Maybe if I... Does that sound hollow to you? Did that pick up on the mic? Will, can you give
Not
us the
Carpenter.
classic, like, Taranio beating someone?
Yeah. Is this hollow?
The reaction shot! Maybe if I...
That's what it sounded like?
Yeah, no, we got... nothing
Holy
else.
shit,
So it was
sounded
like
a
you'd
gun.
hit it so hard that you destroyed your microphone was the mental image, and it was outstanding.
Oh my god, can you play that again?
Yeah, here we go. Hang on, I'm gonna turn off the game in here so we don't get the double background track. Okay. Okay, maybe if I... Does that sound hollow to you? Did that pick up on the mic? Will, can you give
Not
us the
Carpenter.
classic, like, Taranio beating someone?
Yeah. Is this hollow?
Maybe if I... That's amazing. Thank you, Lovey Gold.
If you don't know what the Toronto beating thing is, just search and yet no bananas Stinko Jim. It's a treasure.
And you open bananas is
That's
lovely.
fucking awesome. Thank you so much. Oh, whoa!
That's really good.
Oh, bad bitches with glowing eyes.
Similar fashion sense too, and hair. Actually, yeah, no, similar in many respects visually. That's
That rules.
fucking awesome.
That fucks so hard.
That's from
really cool.
Avia, I think. It's in Unicode characters. I'm not totally sure, but that's awesome. Either way. POV. POV, you're just a little hater.
And
He's just standing on top of a grate like a mouse.
I love that for that last one. Aloha has editorialized with this person doesn't have any socials, but they should. This art is amazing.
Yeah, no kidding.
This one is for same person, yeah. God, that's
person.
funny. Ooh.
ooh,
They-
Lovely.
she's got them in the place that Yoko Taro would put a flower.
yes,
Say that.
That's from maybe Chloe. But so it could be
Maybe.
Chloe or it could be someone else. We just don't know.
You just don't know.
Aw, birthday, Emma, for Yam.
I think that was the happiest she is.
Yep.
That's for the one we did that was adjacent to Yam's birthday.
The first one, I think.
Oh, lovely.
And that's from Sugar Beach _ or
Chapter 1 did come out. Chapter 1 did come out on my birthday, so
Yeah, good birthday present.
Sarah. Looks like
look at how smug.
Almost looks like colored with these. It reminds me of the scented markers we used to get.
Yeah!
We kind of talked over it, and they do talk about it in universe, but I'm gonna be honest, the barcode hair highlight is underrated. It's so fucking cool and clever.
Yeah.
I love it.
I like it a lot.
Ooh.
This
is from Yarshmellow.
Yarshmellow.
Sorry, didn't mean to
shapes.
yarsh your mellow.
That's very
the
cool
shapes.
looking.
We got another Morgan from Shelf Cat. This
The lady.
This one doesn't pop out, but you can see her.
Yeah.
In case you need a hint coin later in the trial from Lila and the Crows.
Wahoo coin.
Wahoo
Wahoo
coin. Oh, Sarah has...
You can't do this to her. Why would you do this to her?
It is
Why would you
called
degrade her this way?
cosplay, Adonai.
Morgan, look what I did. Take it off now. Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
Okay.
Like
I've made a mistake. Very cute.
This is oh yeah, Helen
young.
talking to David.
Oh, I've got to think of a clever way to broach this subject. Something like, you may be goated, David, but can you handle the sauce? Yes, that's it. Very clever.
And she kills her friend.
From Henry, thank you.
So, David, you may be... Shit.
Excellent Foley.
I didn't even poison him yet.
Oh, very
I
nice.
won't lie. I was like, what?
Let's pause to see both sides. So we got regular flavor and then
Evil.
of the devil flavor.
of flavor and devil flavor. And that's from Debbie. Thank you very much. All right, I
Thank you so
believe
much, folks.
that is everything. So that does it for Of the Devil episode 1, and I would be remiss if before I sent you on your way, I did not one last time say this is a really good game. I would at least have to stop and think about the possibility of this just straight up being a 10 out of 10. It's a 9 out of 10 at least for sure, and it's not flawless, but like I don't know if it has enough consequential flaws to even knock it down a whole point from a 10 out of 10.
Honestly, that's where I'm at, quite frankly. I loved this.
I think the only thing that, like, I know I was like being like giving notes about like the salt, but honestly, if I could snap my fingers and change one thing about this, please change the evidence scroll to a bunch of little boxes with completely different images, app style, so it's clear what each piece of evidence is without scrolling, because it is a little hard to go through. And there was one of the mini games doesn't show which cards you have
there's a couple UI issues.
And they're pretty small. Like, it's really good. Those are my only two like real gameplay complaints.
They put out a patch that I think changed one of the things we stumbled over at the first trial segment, which was when they had updated the names of certain pieces of evidence. We were seeing the new names in the evidence list, but the old names on the cards. I think that was a bug, and they fixed it.
Someone else says random order of chat evidence scroll is hard. Yeah, like even if you want to keep it that way, if you could like do like a sort alphabetically, like that would be huge.
You'd probably you'd want alphabetical and like order of acquisition or most recently updated or something like that would probably be the two most useful ones. But like, it's so minor things. And as far as the plotting and story, we had a couple things we were like, okay, about in the last part of this trial, but overall, no, very good. Anyway, the reason I bring that up, the fact that it's fucking awesome, is you should consider doing any and all of buying the game yourself. if you're still here, obviously you've now seen a bunch of spoilers, but if you are still, for some reason, unsure if you want it, you can try it for free, the episode 0. Episode 1 is a scant, tiny number of dollars out of your pocket if you want to try it. So consider buying the game, support the devs. They've done an absolutely exceptional job. And leaving a review.
Yeah.
Also, just throwing this out there, if you're considering buying it, which you should, you know how we always made fun of Adrian for making In-Stars in Time like $20? This game is fucking $10.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy.
Chapter 0 is free and Chapter 1 is $10. Go buy it.
And if you don't want to buy it for yourself, buy it for someone who hasn't seen this yet.
Yeah, that's the real big Gigabrain move. If you're like, well, I've seen the whole thing now, I don't actually need to play it myself. Yeah, buy it for another of your friend, convert someone, and then you can leave a review and they can leave a review, and it will deepen and enhance the meaning of your friendship that you've given them such a wonderful present. But yeah, the game is only about 40 reviews shy of the 500 review mark. At 500 reviews is when Steam is willing to use the term overwhelmingly positive. And for the record, last I checked, positive review percent on this game is like 98%.
Yeah, it will hit overwhelmingly
It's
positive.
going to hit overwhelmingly
if you guys
positive. It's just a matter of getting to that number of reviews, and it apparently makes a big difference in the Steam algorithm as far as it getting recommended and shown to people. So let's push this car out of the garage and send it careening down the hill toward a flock of unsuspecting geese. Let's do it. And
it's currently sitting at 468 reviews.
Damn, it's got like 8 more in the time we've been streaming.
Yeah, wouldn't you like to be number 500?
Can we get 1 billion likes? Yeah. So go throw all your love and support at the devs. Let's fucking lock this thing down. But that's gonna be my last plug for now. You'd better fucking believe we'll be back with episode 2 when it exists, which I'm guessing is. Well, you know, I'm not even going to bother speculating. I have no information. But I believe the demo for this came out about a year ago. I went back because the other night, I realized I couldn't remember how I had gotten turned on to this. But apparently, this wasn't it, because I didn't play the demo till last August. But a year ago, Chula played the demo and recommended it in our chat, and I just didn't see that at all. So Chula was actually the OG, as far as I can tell. So good job, Chula. A round of applause for Chula. And that will be all for me for tonight. I think we forgot to introduce ourselves at the top, so let's do it right last minute here. This was an Aram production by Aram. The stream, not the game. And I'm here with my lovely co-hosts, Will.
Hi.
Jello.
Hi.
Oz.
Hi.
And Yam.
Goodbye.
No, wait, there's stuff going on. I still need to play, sorry, because it's the end of a stream series. Tomorrow, if you're here for Patreon shit, don't forget the Golden Kamuy Book Club thing is tomorrow. People always forget and they show up an hour late, or they're like, I didn't know it was today. It's tomorrow. It's tomorrow. It's tomorrow. It's tomorrow. Day after that, we're unfortunately continuing Danganronpa, and then after that's done, we get to play something else. Isn't that exciting?
Oh.
I'm done.
All right.
Cool.
Then this time it's goodbye for real. So for now, from all of us, good night and good devil.